¿Así? Ahora, buenas noches, digo buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We all know that this is a difficult time of the day. It's siesta time.
Buenas tardes. Estamos...
Good afternoon. So it's time to start. I don't know if others will be joining us, but in any case, we must not take any longer before we start because the time is limited. And well, I had a battle with Angel because he wanted to have more time, but he will take the floor for only 25 minutes. So our speakers have a lot of things to say. So today, in this roundtable, we're going to talk about anti-fascist struggles. And this is very important, taking into account the current situation in Europe, where we have the re-emergence of fascism. So we really need to discuss about this because these trends are growing more and more. So now I'd like to give the floor to Ángel del Río. He is a professor of anthropology in the University Pablo de Olavide in Seville. He's delegate in Andalusian of Amical de Mauthausen with many publications, articles, teaching guides, documentaries on the slave work during Francoism and on Andalusians in Nazi concentration camps. So, without further ado, I will just give him the floor.
Hola, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias, Miguel. Para mí es toda una satisfacción.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Miguel. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to be here with the panelists and with you, the participants. I am here as the delegate in my quality of delegate in Andalusia of the Amical of Mauthausen. And this is an organization that will be turning 60 next week. It was created in 1962 when the survivors started arriving to Spain from France. There was a meeting in Barcelona because in Catalonia there were more survivors concentrated, and there were also contacts with Perpignan in France, where there was the highest number of Republican survivors. They were in France, and this organization was illegal until 1978 when it became legal, and this is still active until today. These people, I was lucky enough to meet them and become friends with them. They are survivors from the Nazi camps from Mauthausen, and if they were still alive, they would all be over 100 years old. And this is the material representation of anti-fascism. Since they were very young, between 16 and 20-something. That was when the military coup took place, and since then they have dedicated their lives to fight against fascism in all its facets. So here we can really see the representation of this cause, of this struggle against fascism, and this is the incarnation of that struggle. And they suffered many consequences from that. They are all linked by several common features. They are anti-fascists, and as you can see in this small group, there's a great diversity, because some of them are communists, socialists, anarchists, some of them are only Republicans. But most of Andalusians were there. Well, there were many born in Andalusia, but here we have people who were born in misery. They were peasants with no land of their own. They were just laborers. And they said that they were rebelling against the misery, the humiliation and degradation of misery. They all fought in Spain's war, in the Spanish War. Some of them participated in La Desbandá. They also went to exile through the Pyrenees, also the camps in France, also the Company of Foreign Citizens, some cases the Foreign Legion in France, the prisons camps later on, and then concentration camps in Mauthausen, and extra exile, Uruguay, another dictatorship, another persecution, and so on. Very intense lives that we had to collect before they were lost. I had a great opportunity. I was lucky enough to be able to work with them and collect their testimonies, because these people were found in the last stages, and we could collect their stories, and some of them have been paid tribute to in their villages, thanks to that, where no one in fact knew what they had done. In the terms of the research, it was quite new and interesting to interview the family members. We could interview the wives of those people who were deported, and there we got information that the deported people didn't tell us about, well, the history of lives that we started collecting as anthropologists. Well, most of them lived in France, and we spent several days in different cities and villages in France. And women, particularly the two that you see below, Simone and Christiana, in Brest in Normandy and in Pau in the Pyrenees. And in fact, they met during the anti-Franco protests. That's where they met their future companions. And these women said, they both said, my companion goes to the camps every night, every day. And these experiences, very traumatic experiences, will re-emerge, especially in the last stages of life. This is something that is not forgotten. There we can see a woman holding the picture of her brother, and she learned that her brother had disappeared in a Nazi camp thanks to our research. And we found out absolutely terrible realities, because Nazism had other victims, those people who had no news from their loved ones. So we asked this woman, are you a family member of this person? And she said, have you found him? It's my brother. So it was very hard for us as researchers to inform her of the death of her brother over 60 years after the death took place. And I was talking to her son, and he was telling me that she was in fact suffering a lot, because it was the mourning. She was mourning, in fact, for her brother, and I wasn't sure it was a good thing to give such bad news to these people. But this woman, she was 92 years old, and the day I was going to talk to her for the interview, she hugged me really strongly and thanked me, because she wanted to know what had happened to her brother. And it was better for her to know that he had died than not knowing at all. Because with that reality, they just cannot stop thinking that, or imagining that perhaps her brother had left in a ship for Argentina or whatever. And it's difficult for them to imagine that they died. So the truth will always be better, will be more better therapy than not having news at all. It is absolutely interesting to do these kind of interviews, because many of these women discovered the truth about their loved ones. In this case here, the two women up in the picture on the right, she wasn't born during the La Desbandá. A few months later she was born, after La Desbandá, and her father left with La Desbandá, and it was thanks to our researcher that she found her father's name on a list, and that's when she learned that her father was dead. Here you can see, of course that was a terrible piece of news for her. Here we have many publications on this. But 10, 15 years ago, when I asked them, what do you know about Mauthausen? They had no idea. They have never heard that word before. If we said the concentration camps in Mauthausen, where there were Andalusian people and Spanish people, they were really shocked, and sometimes even they felt offended, because the concentration camps, in their minds, it was just for the use, and they couldn't believe some people from their own villages had been there. And during the last few years, we've seen an incredible evolution, growth in terms of publications, essays, journalist essays, biographies, books, memory books written by the people that were deported and that have been recovered recently, that have become bestsellers. Also abroad, these are sold graphic novels, documentaries that have been shown in TVs, in cinemas, also teaching guides that are used in some teaching, in some schools for young people, adults, and the university. And also there's been a great penetration in culture. Here we have a book, Violinista de Mauthausen, also the film of the photographer of Mauthausen that has been viewed by thousands of people. There have also been some theater plays that have had a great success in Spain, in France, in Argentina, in many countries, and they have received awards. And well, this is fantastic in terms of a golden age of information about Mauthausen and about the deported people. So now when I asked my students, they more or less know what it is. Here, this is a public event and an acknowledgement in the Amigal of Mauthausen. We are doing a lot of plaques. We need to update the lists all the time. In Seville recently, this memorial was inaugurated, and up there you have the picture from of the memorial from Cordoba with over 350 names. We also have the memory stones. This started in the 90s in Cologne, in Germany. It is a micro-monument, or even an anti-monument, because it's like saying, okay, we cannot express the magnitude of the massacre of the Holocaust. Here we have this small plate, and here we have the name, where we say, well, this person worked here or lived here, and he was deported, and he died in that or that other camp. There are over 30,000 memory stones throughout Europe, also in other continents, and in Spain we see this more and more. Many municipalities that a German artist, Gunther something, is doing with this purpose. So, of course, we all know that there were many Spanish people in the German camps and the Nazi camps. Well, here we have a picture that is very well known. And these photographs, an icon of the last camp that was set free. Well, there we have Juan Camacho. He was one of the people on that picture. And Juan Camacho, no one knows of him here. I always told him, well, you know, if you had been a Frenchman or a German man or a Czech person, whatever, you would have monuments, but not here in Spain. Here we have the photographer of Mauthausen. He gave testimony during the Nuremberg trials. And here he's pointing to a spear. The minister of the war in Germany, well, there the Spanish people copied the photographs, and the children, the Spanish children that were in the camp, could take them out of the camps, and they gave them to a woman in the village. And thanks to these copies of the pictures, this person could be condemned in Nuremberg. And in Spain, the story of the deportation, well, got to Spain very late in comparison to other countries. The Amical of Mauthausen is a member of the International Committee of Mauthausen that was set up when the camp was still operating, with the gas chamber, the crematorium and everything. And it was set up with the active participation of the Spanish Republicans. 7,000 Spanish Republicans were there in Mauthausen, 5,000 died, but there were many more Hungarians, French, Italian, Polish and Russian people. But the Spanish one had a very long story, a long journey. In all the documents we see references to saying that the Spanish people were the most honest ones. The more they had a great dignity, and this was acknowledged by many of the deported people. So during the liberation of the camp by the Americans, the Spanish prisoners were very active. They signed and drafted and signed a document, Never Again. It was read out loud, and it was signed with 16 national committees. This document, it is said that the participants have fought against fascism during their whole life, that they will not forget the victims and of those who gave their lives because of terror and fascism. The International Committee of Mauthausen is composed of 23 member states, like the Czech Republic, Slovenia, the US, Israel, etc. This is a network, anti-fascist network, that is still operating, and it has had a very important role throughout all these years. The liberation, well, after liberation, on the 1st of October 1945, we have the creation of the Amicale of Mauthausen in France. Then there were some political differences, and the Spanish Republicans and anarchists and so on created the Spanish Federation of those deported and political interns. The people who were freed from the camps were only like 35 or 40 kilos, and they needed many months to recover their health, and then they had to take care of each other. They had to take care of each other for a long time. It was a long process of recovering each other. Then they created these associations to inform the family members of what had happened to the people who died in the camps. That was one of the goals, and that has been a very long process of several decades. Also, they wanted to recover a Spain freed from Franco. But this, of course, well, it was a disappointment for them, because they saw that Francoism was kept as it was. And also they wanted to keep alive the memory of the victims, because Mauthausen was, well, on the 5th of May, during the weekend that is closest to the 5th of May, there is a memory event of the liberation of the camp with dignitaries from all the countries from where there were prisoners there. So what did the deported people find when they finally got out of the camp? Here we see some Jews of literature these books were written right after the people left the camps. So they have not been polluted by anything that, like other books written later on under other influences. Primo Levi sold only like 200 or 300 books, and the one on the left, Kay El Reich, from a Catalonian writer, it is absolutely wonderful. This has been republished, but in any case, these books didn't have any success. These books found the development decades later on, because the people deported from the camps, they found out that the European society was indifferent to them. They felt it was something boring for them. The prisoners, they needed to tell their stories, and they found no one listening, and even people denying what had happened to them. So when I've carried out interviews with survivors, many insisted that they were not lying, because they had found it difficult for other people to believe what they were telling, and it is humiliating, of course, for them when other people have told them that those things were lies, and they suffered a lot from that. Also, all survivors have a terrible feeling of, well, they felt guilty because they thought that the more generous one were cremated or were burnt in the camps, and they always felt that they survived because at a point or some point they were selfish because they didn't share a piece of bread with someone else, and that was very hard on them. Also, the Russian prisoners were accused of having collaborated with the Nazis, and that was also the case for some other European prisoners. So that was all very hard, and they had to overcome all this. And I think this is a very important part of all the suffering they had. And suicide has been the exit for many of the survivors from the camps, because they needed to talk and they didn't find words to express what they had lived, and no one was listening. Here we have this sentence when they saw the end of Auschwitz, and the SS said, "Whatever the end of this war is, the war against you will have been ours. None of you will be there to tell about what happened, and if you ever manage to escape, no one will believe you. Even if there is a proof, no one will ever believe what you tell, also because the facts have been so terrible that no one in the world will be willing to believe this." So that's also a victory of the Nazis over the people who were deported. In 1962, things changed, and it was when the Amical of Mauthausen was set up in Spain. Some of the trials had taken place. Oh, that's the end of my time. Okay. So there was a person who was judged by the Mossad after he was kidnapped, and this gave a new dimension to the memory of deportation. And that was when this monument was inaugurated in Mauthausen, where there are many different monuments from different countries, and the Spanish one does not belong to a state, but it was built by exiled people in France by themselves. And in the room of the flags, here we see that it is a Republican flag that represents the state of Spain. How many minutes do I have left? Oh, terrible. 2 minutes, if I may. And so I go straight to the end. I was well, saying here that with Mr. Zapatero, there was a change because memory, well, institutions started participating when we were paying tribute to those memory events, and we worked with students. And if you go to Mauthausen, you will find many plaques with names from Spain and Andalusia, also many other plaques from many other countries in different languages, and a lot has been done. But in any case, I'd like to say 3 extra things. This was the last Spanish survivor from Cordoba who died. He was 101 years old a year ago. And I wanted to refer to 3 things very quickly. A part of the community of historians are starting to decide not to use testimonies or the memory because they think it is a non-liable source. And for me, that's terrible. So they think that the document that was written by the one that actually carried out the actions, you can believe that, but you cannot believe something coming from the victims. The perpetrator is believed, but not the victim. That's terrible. Also, there are the risks of all the trends to review, to deny, and trivialize the facts. People using sentences like, well, these people are going to be even hungrier than the Spanish people who went to Mauthausen. And it was to see that people didn't laugh at that. And we kind of see this trend too. Also, of the collective acknowledge the prisoners. And here in Andalusia, it's always the left parties who brought the, and nevertheless always were unified, and it was a unity in the memory events. But since Vox, that is not the case. Also, anti-fascism is key. It is not only racism and other things, but we need to really fight fascism in order to defend cultural diversity and human rights. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking so long.
Thank you so much, Angel, for this wonderful presentation. Very well presented and explained about the situation of the prisoners who in the end are even not believed. Stefania Schuri-Springel, she is a professor of contemporary history in the Technical University of Berlin, director of the Research Center of Anti-Semitism and the Jewish European Story. She's written a book on the Condor Legion, the war as an adventure, and many publications on the Jewish communist resistance and the gender history. I'm going to give the floor to Stefania.
Ahora sí. Pues muchas gracias. Gracias por la invitación.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having invited me. I am very impressed with this event, and I'm going to try to offer something from a German perspective when we talk about the development of the German historic memory and its problems as I see them, because not everything is great in my country. To start with, I would like to get out of the real or historical world to the world of fiction and of the novel, the world of novels. Robert Harris, a British writer, wrote a novel that took place in fictitious Berlin of the 60s. Germans in this novel had not lost the war. They hadn't won it because in Kiev they were still fighting. There was a partisan war nobody knew a lot about. because at some point the United States had decided to break this anti-Nazi alliance, and since then there was peace in Western countries. Nazis were still in power, but the dictatorship was not so harsh, and the welfare of people was increasing year by year. And the victims? Well, the victims of the Nazi regime were not talked about. They just knew that a long time ago there were Jewish people. There was Jewish people in Germany who disappeared or were deported to the east, but nobody knew exactly what had happened to them. Maybe they died somehow, but the truth is that that was not interesting for anybody else. When I read this novel, I got the shivers, because this description is very frightening, because it could have been like that, and we know that here in Spain. Well, history was not like that, like in this novel, thank God, or thanks to the Soviet army, and Germany lost the war and was occupied and surveilled for decades. My country had started an offensive war, a brutal war that was the war of exterminium, mostly in East Europe. As a result, 50 million people died, among them 30 million civilians. In the occupied places, 19 million of which were Soviet civilians. 1/5 of the Polish population, 6 million European Jewish, 1.5 million Jewish children. That is to say, 90% of all Jewish children in the Europe of that time. If we have a look at this catastrophe in its dimension, that is unprecedented, what impresses us is that the Germans started to rationalize it very soon, saying, okay, we just turn the page and that's it. In Germany, that is the mentality of the period, or the full stop. One of the great thinkers of the 20th century, German Jewish one, that in the year 1946, a year after the war, when she came back to her homeland after the war, she was very impressed because of the lack of reaction, of emotional reaction by the Germans. There was no anger, no sadness, no guilt, no empathy, nothing. The only thing that she could see, some reaction, is that when she introduced herself as a Jew, then there was an avalanche of self-exculpation and also a list of German suffering. Ellen said, anti-Semitism was never greater than after the war. Before this mentality and trend, it's very clear that everything that in the end developed positively, the policy of historical memory in Germany, that was due to the allies in the West and the East. And also because of the fact that the Germans had lost the war. The Federal Republic Foundation, up to that, I'm just going to talk about the Federal Republic because the Democratic Republic is a different story, and maybe we can talk about that later on in the debate. But before the establishment of this Federal Republic, so from 1945 and 1949, there was a number of people that were charged with war crimes and against humankind. These trials gave rise in their time to documentaries and reports on crimes in newspapers. There was much debate. That is to say, we could know what happened with the knowledge that we had then. If you were interested in it, you could access that information. In the 50s, it is not true that we didn't talk about the war, partly about its atrocities, but it was talked about in a certain way, the self-justification and also the German victimism. It's like, yeah, that happened, but Germans also had to suffer because I remember this and that, the bombing of the Allies, cities that were destroyed, war prisoners in the Soviet Union, and the 12 million Germans expelled from the Eastern territories. So topics that came back as zombies to the public life of the Federal Republic up until today, I would say. It is also true, however, that since the founding of the Federal Republic in the year 49, the trials against the Nazis stopped. Not only that, many German prisoners that were arrested by the Allies were set free by the German government, and even more, they kept their jobs, their positions. So we can talk about a nearly complete continuation from National Socialism to the Federal Republic. You know, not Hitler, etc., but at the level of, army officials, the Secret Service, that between brackets had helped Franco build the Secret Service here. Also the police, the diplomatic service, the legal system, university professors, doctors, businessmen. And so that social class stayed there where it was in 1939, more or less. We need to know about all of this when we want to understand what happened in the year 68. A new generation went against their fascist parents, a continuation of the elite in the society. This was more a family rebellion. It was a political one, but it was a family rebellion, while the real victims were not interesting for anybody. On the contrary, the revolutionary youngsters then had the trend of imagining themselves as the victims of their Nazi parents and the German police state that counterattacked in the great protests of the year 67 and 68, and when they talked about the anti-terror fight of the year of the 70s. As a consequence, what people were interested in the 70s, the new generations in universities, schools, and also the media, was more the fight, the social fight, social history, and regarding the past, the administrative working of it and the economic system of the Nazis from a Marxist point of view, the history of anti-Nazi resistance, communist resistance, social democratic one, etc. The German and Jewish and the Holocaust history seemed to be something, that's not very interesting, something we know about, something more for medieval or legal studies. So, of course, interviewing victims was out of the way. This changed significantly after the year 79. So, that is to say, even nearly 40 years after all the facts. Once again, the United States gave us a lesson in history, because in Germany we imported the TV series Holocaust. Maybe some of you know about it. It's a great Hollywood drama, and German intellectuals said it was very quiche, very tacky. But these TV series had a great impact in the general public, because it was the first time 40 years later that the Germans faced the suffering of their victims, where the victims were presented as individuals and not as just a bunch of anonymous corpses. Since from there was an interest in the Jewish history before and after the Nazi regime. In the 80s, we saw the beginning of a boom. They created history workshops in many places, and they talked about history from the bottom up, so the history of the daily life and also the Jewish of the different villages. A colleague of mine considers that this coming back to the village had to do with what happened in the year 68, when they were not happy with the revolution that was put to an end. So these teachers in schools or universities focused now on the search for what they call the experience of normal people. So the day by day of the dictatorship, but also the persecution of the Jewish, and that was in the center of attention. So, but these started more as like a local movement, something that is part of what's happening in your homeland. So there were many films, publications, academic research projects, Jewish exhibitions in the places where the camps were. This was all the result of this first commemorative stage that ended in the year 1988 with the 50th anniversary of the Night of the Glass. And never again, all those so many articles have been published 50 years after those facts.
La unificación de
With the unification of Germany in 1990, this attitude towards the past extended towards the east of Germany, where it clashed against a culture and a memory policy which was very different, which led to many conflicts. As I said, it's a very complicated topic that maybe we can talk about later on. But we could say that these conflicts were solved as the German unification conflicts were solved in a colonial way. So the Western memory was imposed to East Germany, so they lost a different culture of anti-fascism. With so much memory activity up to the beginning of the 90s, they thought, okay, yes, we know about it, the post-war has finished, and that's how our president said that in 1995, 50 years after the war, the end of the Second War. But again, it wasn't like that. When they said, after they said that, a second commemorative stage started in the country, and this time it was really hard because the Germans themselves, those who showed indifference, were in the center of attention. In the academic world, suddenly everybody talked about the research on the authors of those crimes, the direct killers and assassins, something like 200,000, out of which, of course, only a minimal part of had to face justice. With books by historians like Christopher Browning, from the United States, on these normal killers, this massive participation started firstly in public in Germany, and then there was an exhibition that brought down the pre-last myth of the clean army. The idea that the army went to war, but it was clean of those war crimes, of the dirty stuff. But we know now that it wasn't like that. And also there was an exhibition with 1,000 pictures of undeniable evidence of what an exterminium war was, what a genocide was, and perpetrated by the army, mostly in the Soviet Union. This exhibition that in the second half of the 90s traveled across many German cities brought about a very big debate that got to the parliament and the streets, where veterans of the war and their children and grandchildren defended for the last time the facts in relation to this German army. In the year 2000 and on, they investigated the co-authors of the crimes, for example, diplomats of the Foreign Affairs Ministry and other ministries, because these ministries had to have a book on their history. And what's interesting about this and many other works is that they do not only deal on the participation in Nazism, but also of the covering of these crimes and their authors. The story of the Federal Republic of these years and the integration of elites in the new Federal Republic. For historians, the academic work of the last 20 years have shown tirelessly that we cannot talk about the Nazis and the village as two different entities, but the whole of the German society, with the exception, of course, of the resistance itself. But because the whole of the German society was involved somehow, some more and some less, in the dictatorship and its crime. So it's a dictatorship of consensus at the end of the day. to understand this historic situation, in the last few years, they have researched a lot the community of the nation or of the village. This word in German, Volk, it's a little bit ambiguous. It's like nation or village. So these had a very strong link to reality when you investigated, for example, in practice, how they got organized, who was integrated, who was expelled, and how it worked. For example, we can imagine a village like Winan with the social texture of a village like that. If some young people can mistreat the chemist owner, an old person, a Jew, and if it's only 10 youngsters that beat him, but 50 that see it and do nothing about it, then something changes in that village. And the investigation of those participation mechanisms and that violence and that indifference and maybe shame are the ones that will lead us to a wider and a better knowledge of a dynamic of a dictatorship, of how it works in a collective and individual way. You have two more minutes. Five. I've got 5. Can I? So, we could say that Germany has gone far in this road in the academic world and in the sector of public commemoration. We've gone so far that nowadays Germany serves as an example to many other countries regarding how to deal with this topic. In my opinion, this is very ironic and bitter. It's like first we kill you and then we teach you how to remember it properly. But we mustn't forget two fundamental things. This politically correct memory is no good for the victims that have had to live with the silence and the lack of interest that was present in the first 40 and 50 years after the war. Many of them died without this recognition. And secondly, since the 80s, we can observe medialization of the Holocaust. In Germany, we've seen, well, we have a small pictures museum, historical pictures museum, pictures of films, and sometimes all of it gets mixed. And in my opinion, this is a problem because the approach in the Holocaust, as important as it is, at the same time, now in Germany, it can serve to cover the mechanisms that led us to this point. That is to say, how they destroyed the Republic, the German Republic, and why that was done, and who did it, and with what objective, and how this dictatorship was set up, and who benefited from it, from the war, etc. So the political and social history and economic history which is behind all of this is disappearing little by little in the public consciousness. I can see that with my students, and there are also German statistics that show very clearly, and this is something that we need to take into account here, that historical knowledge is decreasing among young people in Germany. So among the generation that has grown up with the greatest possibility of knowledge, and this is very worrying in my opinion, and it's a bad prospect for the future. So what maybe we can do, we can learn from the German example, which is very different from the Spanish one. The recovery of historical memory is not something static. It is a slow process that comes in stages and that has to do with who won the war. Those who win write history, and only when they die they open the space to other political generations, other memories and other histories. This has happened in Germany, in Spain, and you can also see it in East countries. But I think that only recovering the historical memory with what's as essential as it is, we will not go very far if we're lacking a real knowledge and a deep understanding of the political and social mechanisms that have led to these events. With this wave of fascists in Europe and the far-right political parties, we see how weak our consensus is. A few years ago, we thought, okay, this is done. This is a lesson learned, and that belongs to the 20th century. But still, I think we have a lot of work to do ahead for the 21st century. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Stephanie, por tu exposición y por esa advertencia.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for this, for your presentation and for this warning regarding the problems with memory. Olga is going to talk now, representative of the memorial of Olga Arcos. She's the granddaughter of exiled family, and she's interested in the topic of the recovery of democratic memory. She's conscious of the importance that public policies and institutions get involved in the topic of recovery and reparation. So she's been managing the memorial of one of the camps where the Spanish Republicans were locked when they were running away from the fascists. She wants you to know about her story and recover the oral memory of those who were in the camp. They organize exhibitions and tribute, and also they promote the cooperation with other European institutions. With her, we have the mayor of Argelès-sur-Mer, Antoine Parra. He's a teacher, a primary school teacher. Is the mayor of the city since the year 2016. And he's convinced of the importance of the recovery and transmission of the memory, which is linked to the Republican Spanish exile and this camp we mentioned before. He's developed actions in relation to this, and he has promoted the creation of a network of places of memory around Argel, and also in other places of the territory where events took place, events related to the Republicans that had fled from fascism. He's still the mayor, and his main objective is to develop this work in the future, opening a more important memorial center that integrates some pedagogical spaces and strengthening the cooperation with other memorial institutions. And without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to our colleagues from France. Good afternoon.
Pues primero quisiera dar las gracias por.
First of all, I would like to thank you for having invited us to take part in this conference. Thank you so much to the organization. I would like to congratulate you on the work that you have done, this very essential work that you're doing against oblivion. This commitment is something we're going to mention in our speeches for Antoine and for me, representing the memorial of the camp of Argel. It is an honor for us. We have a very strong feeling being here with all of you and being able to present the work that we have done in Argel. First of all, we're going to show a short video so that you can quickly see what we do there.
Argelès-sur-Mer. In a unified Europe, we need aspire not to repeat the same mistakes. We need to keep memory alive.
Con el micro.
Our commitment with this memory is something we owe. Argelès-sur-Mer will not forget the retreat and the camps from 1939. In a reunified Europe that is looking towards the peace, we need to remember and keep those memories alive. My name is Antonio Parra. I'm the Major of Argelès-sur-Mer, and on behalf of the city, it is a great honor and duty for me to talk to you about a terrible event of our history in our wonderful beach where tourists enjoy so much. A tragic event took place, and it has been silenced for a long time. It is a Spanish history, a French history, a European history, that of the Spanish Republican exile and the imprisonment in the sand of Argelès of hundreds and thousands of women, men and children. Our commitment with this memory is something that history demands on behalf of dignity. We owe that to those who suffered this, and our responsibility is to convey this democratic memory to future generations. We do this, we keep the memory alive with our places for memory and also the memorial of the Argelès-sur-Mer camp. I hope to see you soon here in Argelès-sur-Mer.
Gracias.
Thank you.
A ver, para contexto.
So, can you hear me? So I'd like to give you some background information, and I'd like to go over quite quickly. I'd like to go over what happened in 1939, and also I'd like to refer to the silence that has been imposed during so many years. For those who don't know this subject well enough and what the Argelès-sur-Mer camp was, I'd like to remind you all what it was. Well, the Spanish Republican exile those years, and it's not that far away in time because some of the witnesses are still alive, and these people in France were seeing the Spanish Republicans arrive at the end of the war. And of course, in France, people expected perhaps 10,000, 20,000 or 30,000 refugees, but not more. That was already quite a big volume, big numbers. But the truth is that between January and February, so the fall of Barcelona and Catalonia's front line, nearly 500,000 refugees crossed the border between Andorra and the Mediterranean coast. This refers to the Eastern Pyrenees in France. At the time, there was a population of 240,000 people, and 500,000 people arrived. So the border was officially opened by the French authorities during the night of the 27th of January for the civilian population and the wounded. And on the 5th of February, the border was opened to the soldiers of the Republican Army. And the border was officially closed on the 13th of February. But of course, other people started crossing, continued crossing through the mountains. So this led to the creation of two different areas of transit and control of the refugees. There were centers, evacuation centers for civilians, the elderly, the wounded, women and children, and then camps for the men. Those camps were installed along the border, the border in the Pyrenees, where they wanted to group the military groups in order to later on create convoys that would be going to concentration camps using the terms that were used at the time. The Argelès camp started being settled at the end of the month of January, was key because many of the soldiers were taken there, as well as some women and some men and members of the international brigades. It is estimated that about 110,000 refugees were in the camp between January and June of 1939, and this means that this was the biggest of all camps in the area. And why this camp? That was the first of these camps too. The reason was not so much that of the proximity to the border. The Eastern Pyrenees, well, that's a long border in any case, but there is a geological element that is key. It is the first place where you find a beach when you come from Spain. So the coast up to that point, it's a stone coast, but the beach was an open area where it was easy to accumulate thousands of people. These were more or less thrown on the sand because there's nothing, just the sea, the sand, and barbed wire. They are locked there. It was the winter of 1939 with degrees of 10 or 12 degrees below zero. So one of the coldest winters in the century, and people excavated holes in the sand. With time, they started building barracks, and in September 1939, France started fighting in the war, and then the laws again on the foreigners became harder, and then those people who were called the undesirable foreigners, so populations from Eastern Europe that had been fleeing from the Reich troops, some Jews and some Roma people. Those were imprisoned, and then at the end of 1942 or beginning of the 1943, the camp was finally closed. And they were fearing that the disembark on the coast, because on November 1942 there had been the Allies had disembarked on in Northern Africa, so they wanted to dismantle this camp in order to do military maneuvers. So after that, nothing was left. And during many years, there's been a complete void in this that we call the beach of the exile, the beach of the defeat, the beach of the pain and despair. And a void also like the silence that has been kept on the facts. So when we don't talk about something, it's like it had never existed. What Javier Cervera often says, a good friend of ours who visits us, he's a writer, and that was the case for many years. There was a layer of silence on the history of our own village, on what happened on our beach, and what the concentration camp of Argelès-sur-Mer and what it was and what it represented. So Argelès finally decided to take this layer of silence away, remove it completely, and free the word. There were some groups working on memory, a few associations or groups of interest on memory, but nothing had been done by the institutions. And the town council of Argelès started working on this with this institutional perspective. This was a taboo. There was guilt. There was some sort of shame too. And well, finally, there was a political decision with all its consequences. So there was this municipal action, and then at the same time, the Free Association was created, and this is where we have Amparo Sanchez Monroy that spoke to you yesterday, and she was the founder of this association that gathers children and friends of the exiled from Spain. And we keep a very close relationship with the Free Association. And since 1999, so over 2 decades ago, that we've been working on this, and we've organized different types of events, also these debates. We've identified the position of the camp. We've got a monolith on the beach to pay tribute to the Spanish Republicans at more or less the place where the gate to the camp was. We have also rehabilitated the Spanish and children, at least of those that were identified. Also, we created the International Center for the documentation on the Republican exiled people from Spain. And since 2014, as another stage in this work, we created the memorial of the Argelès camp. And thanks to Antoine, it is now in the center of our village since 2016. It is a memorial site. And, well, no one really talked about this. And, well, the camp doesn't exist anymore. So the idea with this center was to sort of recreate that camp with a material representation and also an itinerary of the people there. There is a part that symbolizes Spain. There is a wall that is like the border, and then you reach a different area where you have the camp and France, therefore. So different people come to visit our memorial. Groups from schools. Of course, this is particularly important for us, because we want to work with the young generations and teach memory. Also, there are associations that come to visit us. It's associations made of family members of those who were in the camps, or even people who are survivors, and also other people who enjoy memory tourism. Argelès is one of the balneary stations, the centers that is more, quite important in the area. And in spite of this, many people didn't know anything about this part of our history. Many people come to visit us. Also, we've realized that many people come to see us because other previous visitors have told them about their visit to our memorial, and we are receiving about 15,000 visitors a year. We've realized that there's something that is key, and this is very important in our memorial, and that is that this site informs about the memory, but it's also a place where people come to ask for information and are coming for help because they want to know about friends or family members that they've lost. So it's a place where people come and tell you their personal lives or their personal histories, and we listen to them. And, well, that was not our main goal, but the truth is that we've become, quite quickly and in a gradual way, we've become a place where we collect and preserve also the memory and the testimonies of those who were locked in the camp. And we get that from families in Argelès and also in our territory, but also of we receive the testimonies of all sorts of people who've suffered persecution and repression. So we want to increase the network of our network of cooperation with many different actors, and also with this perspective of trying to inform about the memory, with teaching projects, cross-border projects too. Also, we want to support the research on the people who were in the camp so that we can help people who are looking for information, searching information about their family members. Up to now, we have not created many partnerships. We are a member of a cooperation network with other memory sites. Rives Altes, the maternity of Elna, the Château Royal in Coyou, and also the Museum of the Exili in La Jonquera. And this is a network on memory, and we've also signed other agreements with the association 28th of August 44, the I Carmela Association, and other French associations, but these are technical agreements for projects, specific projects. But we are not members of other conventions or agreements or partnerships, and we don't have sponsors. We only have the municipal funds, although often we obtain limited funds from specific projects, because in Spain there's not a network of the memory sites on the Spanish exiled republics. There are some other networks that do exist, but we are not members of that. And this is why we would like to expand our connections and collaborations, particularly with Spain. This is what we are looking for. We want this memorial to be registered in all sorts of memory associations, groups, centers. And we hoped that the law on the democratic law that has been recently passed will create new opportunities for collaboration for memory body organizations, but also for public institutions. Because in our case, we are both at the same time. This is a memory organization that is in fact has been created by a public institution. And in any case, for us, the main goal is to convey the memory that the words of the interns will be set free and it will never be silenced again. And I will give the floor to Antoine Parra, who is the mayor of Argelès, who is still working very hard on this project and wants to expand it.
Bueno, empezaré por una confesión.
Well, I'm going to start saying that my Spanish is much worse than what you heard in the video, because I had prepared that video a lot. And also I'd like to say that, yes, my surname is Andalusian. My father was born in Huercalovera and my mother in Carboneras, Níjar, and so on. All these villages are villages that I have in my mind because my parents have told me so many stories about those villages, but I've never lived in Andalusia. I am the mayor of Argelès-sur-Mer, and I'm very happy to be here. I was invited and I was happy to accept this invitation. Olga just presented the work we do in our municipality, and I'd like to explain why we do that and what is our political ambition. As I said, my name is Antoine Parra. I am the mayor of Argelès-sur-Mer, and if you ask me how many inhabitants does your municipality have, I'll say, well, I don't know. It may be 10,500 or 150,000, depending on the day. This is a very tourist village, but this is important, one of the main activities of the village. One of the complexities of men and women, because when I say men, I mean mankind, is that many things that happen are difficult to explain. For example, if there's a football match, Spain and France, I will support Spain. If it's PSG against the Real Madrid, I will be supporting the Real Madrid. If it's Barcelona against the Real Madrid, I will support Barcelona. And why? Because a French poet said, your only country is that of your childhood. And my childhood was divided between the Spanish Catalonian region, and I was born in the Spanish side. At 8 years ago, when I was 8 years, I went to Sergeron de Serjan. It's the very first time you've heard that. And that was in the French side. And so my country is Catalonia. And that's important for me to say so. And you will understand that when I'm going to explain what I have to say here. Because identity is a very important part of what we do in Argelès. In our municipality, we have a very strong ambition for two different reasons. We do so in our cuisine, in the way we dress, in the way we live, in the way we change, in the way we walk in the streets. And that's the way, that's our life, that's the way we live. And what we are in a village, the way we live, the way we cook, the way we listen to music, this has been prepared by our the previous generations. And it is those who came before us who defined those manners, the way we do things. It was our ancestors. Argelès-sur-Mer is a village that I love. And there were thousands of refugees, thousands of Spanish Republicans that came, as Olga explained, came to the camp in Argelès, to the beach. It was something absolutely terrible. But many of them stayed in Argelès and its territory. Many of them to our visitors. And I am Catalonian, and I'm proud of that. And I'm not talking about politics here. I'm not talking about the independence. I am talking about the culture and the way of living. It's important to accept the village and the village that it accepts itself. Tourists love to visit our village because it's authentic, but this also implies facing reality, and that reality was a terrible shame in 1939, of what happened in 1939, and we didn't want to talk about that for many years because of shame. We silenced that because it's difficult to face shame, and we felt ashamed. But when you finally face those events, that's when you can start finding explanations to the facts. It's true that it was a bad behavior, but it was difficult to behave properly. It was a very small village at this time. It had 500 inhabitants. They were peasants, and some days there were tens of thousands of people arriving. It was just in a few days they all arrived. It was impossible to host them properly. I researched this period of time, and I know, therefore, that many people from the village went to distribute some food to the people in the camp. Many of them went by night so that no one saw them. It is a very difficult history, but I think it's important to accept it. And when I became a mayor, one of the first things I did was to move the memorial site that was in the outskirts of the village, and I wanted to bring it to the center of our village because that is our history. Your time is nearly over.
La segunda razón por
There's a second important reason. As the anthropology professor said, this memorial society also offers the possibility to give an answer to people who are those missing pieces. This is very important. My father was born in Huerta Lovera, and when he was 7, he became an orphan. His mother had died a few months earlier, and his father was executed by Franco. When he was 7 years old, he was completely alone. No family, no friends, no one. No one really knows how he survived until he was 14. My father never told us what he did during those 7 years. This is something he never told us. He died in 2015. And for us, well, at the time he had told me, Antonio, I cannot remember if I had 2 brothers and 1 daughter or 3 brothers and 1 daughter. And he died without knowing. So I'm so aware of how difficult it is to live not knowing. So this is why it's important for me to try and help these people fill in the void in the memory. This is why I want to help these people. So that's what I try to do, to help those people filling the void. Franco destroyed my family. And if I have the opportunity to help other families who were also destroyed, well, this is what I want to do. I think a politician should know how to do the management of a village and decide on revenues and expenses, but a mayor should also know how to help men and women. And therefore, that's what we do in Argelès-sur-Mer, and I would like to welcome you there whenever you wish to come and visit us.
Gracias, Antoine.
Thank you, Antoine. We don't have a lot of time left. For those of you who would like to have some, we've got some leaflets on the memorial we talked about, and there are some others in reception. Unfortunately, we cannot give the floor to the audience because the next session is going to start. It is 5, and the next session has to start. I'm sorry. If you have any question, you can ask them, but outside the conference room. Thank you.
Sí, hubiera debido ser un poco más estricto con los oradores, lo siento.
Quería saludarle porque el hermano de mi madre, el mayor, fue a parar allí.
Ah, sí, mira, sí. Muchas vidas se han deshecho y empezado otra vez al revés, ¿eh? Sí. Y eso que viene a buscar a la gente, porque allí muchas cosas están escondidas todavía, ¿eh? Sí. Pues se puede encontrar alguna cosa.
Y allí, bueno, hay una historia terrible, porque de allí lo enviaron a la Legión extranjera.
Sí, sí.
Fue a Argelia.
Algeria,
sí. Y después volvió a Francia. Y pasó la frontera, estuvo preso. Y aquí, en el sur, en Sevilla, se tuvo que ir otra vez andando al lado de la vía del tren hasta Francia. Vivió allí, se quedó cerca de Castres. Y murió en la montaña en 1988. Una historia terrorífica. Pendiente, bueno, fue en el 99 un acto allí en Argelès, en la playa.
Sí. Ahora en la playa hacemos una exposición en la misma playa. Porque es simbólico, pero la gente se da cuenta del sitio que es un paraíso, el sitio es un paraíso, pero el sufrimiento que había es incomparable. Ese contraste que está.
Hace un par de días.
Quiero ir por allí y saludar.
Sobre cartas de la mujer, bueno, ahora lo miro. Sí. La mujer anarquista, ahora mismo lo miro.
¿Dónde me siento? ¿Dónde está mi nombre? Ah, mira aquí. ¿Dónde me siento? ¿En Carna? Hoy. Sí.
puedo empezar ya. Vale. Buenas tardes. Damos comienzo al siguiente acto.
We're going to start the next session, the history future of the actions and vindication of the citizenship organized to recover and socialize memory. What we still have to do. The moment where we are cannot be understood without the intervention of the memorialist movement, which over the laws, the wrongly named amnesty law and other ones that are insufficient, they have been insisting so that the three main pillars of memory are complete with: truth, justice, and reparation. We are 4 people in this panel, apart from me, the moderator. Andres is here and he will be coming, or maybe he's in the other room, and when he comes he will sit next to us. But we're going to start with another of the people who are here, Isidoro Coello Infantes. He's the president of the Grenadian Association of Truth, Justice and Reparation, a member of the Sociocultural Association La Desbandá, member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party in Spain, and responsible for historical memory of the Communist Party of Andalusia. The name of his speech is Memorialist Movement of La Desbandá. Good afternoon. Well, my presentation is going to be based on what happened since the beginning. This memorialist fight focused on the recovery of the memory of this episode of the War of Spain, La Desbandá. I'm going to focus on the intellectual scope and also the scope of civil activity in the fight for the recovery of these memories. When it comes to the intellectual side of it, we can refer to research on the Road of Death, National 340, by Encarnación Barranquero and Lucía Prieto. These are reflected in their book, Population and Civil War in Malaga, Fall, Exodus and Refuge, or the one by Jesús Majadenida and Fernando Pérez Bueno, that go to the collective memory through the book Road, Malaga, Almería, February 1937. Those are one of the first publications that started regarding the research done on the crimes of this death road. This research is very important, and also the documentary The Death Road Malaga 1937. It's the first documentary that was done on the victims of this road, and it's based on the testimonies of survivors of La Desbandá. And we think that was very important and essential in the process of dissemination on what happened and getting to know it straight from the testimonies of survivors. Juan Madrid is the director of this documentary. At the beginning of the memorialist social activism, like the civil society organized in different associations, we started to act towards the recovery of this memory, and we had to focus on Malaga. Vélez Málaga, more precisely through the Forum for the Memory of the Exarchy, and other villages of the province of Malaga. Among them, it's important to see what the memorialist colleagues of Arenas did. That's when they organized the first actions. They were in marches at the weekend. I remember those, Vélez Málaga to Torre del Mar, and with respect to what the Forum for the Memory of Axarquía and the colleagues of Vélez Málaga, we have to mention the tribute that was done to the survivors of the death road. This was done annually up to the arrival of the pandemic, and that was organized by the Forum for the Memory of Axarchy. And the place of tribute was the Exilium Center of Maria Zambrano in Vélez, Málaga. I want to highlight the importance in the activist fight for the memory of the province of Málaga, because that was the beginning. That was in February 2005 when they asked for our help to start to act, and in the province of Granada the first vindication marches started in February 2005, establishing then the first march of La Desbandá. These marches were between Almuñécar, Salobreña and Motril, and also the entrance of the National 348 to Almería. These marches were organized for the weekend in different places every weekend, and these memorials of the coast took place, and this year it was the 17th edition of them. Since 2017, this memorial march in the coast of Granada was part of those organized by the association La Desbandá in this integral march between Málaga and Almería. That is to say, even if it's organized in the Granadian coast, it's one of the stages of the comprehensive march between Málaga and Almería. We value the repercussion of these marches. At the beginning, it was very poor. We have to acknowledge that at the beginning it had no effect because they were not visible. They were very local. They did it in certain populations, one year and the next one. But sometimes not even the people in villages knew what was happening. This changed from 2012. The coalition government of the Socialist Party and the Democratic Memory Association was created with Luis Naranjo Cordobés at the head of it. This non-institutional change had very positive consequences, and particularly for the vindication of the memory of the victims of La Desbandá. Between 2012 and 2015, something very important for the memorialist community is the signaling of places of memory. Those of you who are Andalusian, you know that in the whole of the autonomous community, they signaled only at that time, because when the government was broken, they still have this democratic memory direction, but they never placed signs in those places. At that time, they signaled, for example, the old provincial jail, the women's jail, San Rafael, the Malaga's cathedral, where the place where these sea-tree submarines sank, the lighthouse, the Park of the Memory in Torre del Mar, and a square in Nerja. If you come from Malaga, you know that these places have a sign, and that's what we do every year when we are in this comprehensive march. We organize some tribute, and the one which is Anselmo was the lighthouse. Was the one who worked in the lighthouse, and with these with these actions, he saved a lot of lives. The lighthouse was very close from the coast, and it was surrounded by sugar canes. And at night, the people that came running away from Malaga used it as a refuge. And the cruises, Baleares, and the fascist Italian ships used the lighthouse as a reference point to bomb them. These men turned it off. As they told me, the ships were continued sailing, and they bombed other places. And with these actions of Anselmo, he saved a lot of lives, but he was also shot because of these next to the walls of the cemetery. In the province of Granada, we can also highlight as the signaling of memory one of the most mythical places that we have in the Memorialist March of La Desbandá, in the integrated one. The exit of the river Guadalfeo. We've chosen that for two reasons, because it's virtually in the middle of the way. It's in Salobreña, and also because it's one of the places where many people died. The river Guadalfeo had a very high. It was a very high flow river, and the bridge was so weak, and it got blocked with the trucks that went out to Nerja and the ones that came from Almería. And this blockage made it impossible to cross, and they could feel the Italian shooting. So many people tried to cross the river, and on the next day there were many victims on the beach of Salobreña. And this is one of the reasons why it's being signed as a memory place, a place of memory. But La Desbandá, in its last stage last year, we could place a monolith, which is a tribute to the victims. And hopefully when we get there in February, we can continue to enjoy it. In Granada, there's also another place of Franco repression, which is a provincial prison. They tore it down. We just have the door with the arc in there. You have the Republican shield, and so the one which is on top of it, it's the it's the shield of the Republic. In Almería, we signaled the anti-aerial refugees and Mauthausen Memorial. We can also mention the opening of a walk in Málaga, and after the appointment of Luis Naranjo in Motril, we inaugurated a statue, and the association took part in it, but we have to say that the merit belonged to the Memorialist Association, 14 de Abril, 14th of April, but we helped with our presence when it was inaugurated. The Canadienses Walk, Paseo de los Canadienses, we did it with the help of a Canadian trade union, and they helped economically, thanks to which we could inaugurate and open this Paseo de los Canadienses. For this reason, we can highlight the importance of the direction of democratic memory at that time, with the implication of Luis Naranjo, of course, and Juan Francisco Arenas, who were leading that direction. They organized the institutional part of it and institutional vindications that were made on the road. So civil population took part in it, but at that time it was a democratic direction that helped a lot and organized the acts for the recovery of the memory of the victims of La Desbandá. And with that, in this period, we were much more visible than what we had been before. With the rupture of the coalition government in Andalusia, it was again the civil society, the one which had to organize all of the acts for the recovery of the victims' memory. There was a platform with which several memorial organizations took part from Málaga, Granada and Almería, and this platform is the one in charge of organizing the needed actions to continue to recover this memory. In 2007, the Andalusian Mountain Federation, thanks to their provincial subdelegate in Granada, Rafael Morales Domínguez, he got in touch with those responsible of the platform, and more precisely, he talked to me. That's why I know that Rafael helped with connecting with this association in the process of recovery of the memory. The federation organized this hiking act, And the other organizations that were part of that platform were in charge of organizing the memorialist acts. So that's how the first comprehensive March of La Desbandá was born. That was very, had a lot of effect in the media. That year, they started talking about this in a qualitative and quantitative way. What happened in this first March? Well, not everything was nice, or there were problems, because many of the people who came to walk, they did it focusing on the sportive side of it. It was just like hiking. They didn't stand that there were Republican flags or flags belonging to different organizations. I remember that when we got to Salobreña, there were people coming out of the village to welcome us, and we were obliged to hide the flags of the political party Izquierda Unida, a left party. What happened? What did this bring about? Well, we thought that maybe on the second stage, the Mountain Federation would not participate. So we created the La Desbandá Sports Club, in which a good number of organizations that belong to the platform are included: Málaga Republicana, the Forum for the Memory of Axarquía, Truth, Justice and Reparation, the Left Party, DGT. That is to say, many organizations that were involved in the first project of La Desbandá, which was the hiking club La Desbandá. And then we created the second comprehensive march. That was very successful, not only because of the number of participants, but people who took part in it were not only Andalusian. We started to ended up everywhere in the country. We've had French people that are the relatives of somebody who was part of La Desbandá, for example, and they ended up in France. So after the second march, several people involved in it talked about the necessity to see that the work done was not, just sports related. So they proposed the creation of a memorialist association. In this sense, some associations of the ones that were part of the club, we had the doubt of the need to organize another association. And after much debate, on the 26th of June 2018, we signed the funding act, and we have the Sociocultural Association La Desbandá, which up to these days organizing all acts related to La Desbandá and this association, among which we have to highlight also these comprehensive marches, but the first international meeting of La Desbandá, which was organized in Bícar 2020. That was a prelude of what we're doing today. So it was an attempt to see what we were able to do. We had COVID and we had to organize it online. We were not sure about what to do, but we decided to move forward, and we can say that we are quite satisfied with the result. Also, the participation on some memorialist marches, La Desbandá doesn't only want to be that association, that talks about what happened between Málaga and Almería. We propose that all of those marches that have as its aim the recovery of the memory, La Desbandá should be part of it. So I want to take advantage of saying now that we have some partners sheets that you can. It's 15 euros a year. It's not very expensive. And maybe if you feel like it, maybe you can sign those pages and hand them in. Yeah, we took part in Jarama, in the Jarama March, in the last march in between Bizna and Alfagar, at homage to the victims of the Franco system that suffered torture and they were in jail. And the more than 40,000 shot next to the wall of the cemetery of Canela. Those are the places where La Desbandá and the association participates. And we also have to highlight some informative talks that are vital in its importance for the creation of the association. Things that have been done in different institutes, different high schools for students, and how not to mention the organization of one of the most important events currently, which is related to the memory. And this first international conference, La Desbandá, 1 century of anti-fascist fight of the Spanish people. Regarding the intellectual aspect, currently there are several works, and one of the aims of this conference is to unify the different research and different investigations that are being carried out, to contrast and compare them with the ones that we had from before. In the field of research, it's essential the work done by other researchers, also Andrés Fernández Martín, María Isabel Brenes, Sánchez. They have both participated here. Andrés yesterday and Maribel was here today, this morning. And that is reflected in the book 1937, Exodus, Málaga, Almería. And we also have to comment on the studies and the work of Eusebio Rodríguez Padilla and Juan Francisco Colomina Sánchez in the book La Desbandá of Málaga in the province of Almería, and Frank Martín and Sonia Cervantes in its book The War in My Eyes, La Guerra en Mis Ojos, that takes us to the story of Ana Pomares that we talked about before, survival of La Desbandá, and we could hear her talk. And in the last March, she talked about her experiences and everything that happened. What is our main objective? To finish, we want to get truth, justice and reparation, as many of the other speakers said. To achieve that, it is vitally important to work on the investigation of the facts and bring it to the from the selective memory of the researcher to the collective memory of society. And it's vitally important, this moment of memory, organizing acts with the aim of having the truth out there, and that there is justice, and that if possible we can repair the damage done to victims and their relatives. This is all. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you so much, Isidoro. Our next speaker on the panel will be Severiano Montero. He's been working as a professor and also in secondary education in several high schools in Madrid and school in London. Among his publications, we have The Story of Civilizations, The Landscape of War, New Itineraries in the Fronts of Madrid, and The Battle of Brunete. And he's also prepared the edition of 2 books. He's been a voluntary of Freedom, 50 Poems of the International Brigades, and Memory of a Rebel. And as his memorialist work, he's been the president of the Association of Friends of International Brigades. He's promoted several monuments of the International Brigades in Madrid, and also the memorialist marches of Jarama and Brunete. He's the member of the Historical Commission of the Association of Friends of the International Brigades, and also the contents, responsible for the contents of his web. He's given talks on international brigades at universities, cultural centers, and high schools. The title of his speech is the 23rd International Brigade and his support to the anti-fascist fight of the Spanish village, its existence in memory and what is still to do. You have the floor. Yes, could we have the images, please? Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for being here. Thanks to the organization of La Desbandá. You're doing a great work in this memorialist fight. You know, being a history teacher, I was somehow organizing maybe, I don't know, like a lesson that I would give to my high school students. And when I retired 14 years ago, I continued to do that in other school centers. And well, these images give us some context and what the fight was of the 13th International Brigade and the other international brigades, 6 or 7 of them that existed. But of course, we're going to focus on the 13th International Brigade. That was the one that was present in that confrontation between the fascist forces that were chasing the 200,000 or whichever figure it was of those that had fled away from fascists and were trying to walk towards freedom. and the Republican forces. The first element of clash that blocked this fascist advance was the 13th International Brigade. You know that since the beginning, when the coup took place in June, the fascist forces offered their support to the coup d'état, to this rebellion, and they were determined that this coup would be successful, and then the dictatorship of Franco would be set up, and so it did for more than 40 years. But Spain was quite isolated because of the result of, let's say, traditionally the democratic powers. And it seems like not the same thing happened in the 30s and the current times, because that behavior that we have with the significant intervention by the Soviet Union that gave the republic some weapons that were necessary to resist, at least for a couple of years, the fascist attack. Together with this military help of the Soviet Union, we also counted on another aid, like the Mexican one, but which was decisive and important was the use of these international mixed brigades that were formed that got together in Albacete, as you will know, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 150, 129, and there was also a German volunteer that said, why not remember the 86th International Brigade? Well, this would be another topic. But what's true is that in Albacete, these international brigades got together and they started to actively support the Spanish people in the defense of Madrid. They were not the ones that decided to defend Madrid, but of course they contributed to that. Because their presence that was quite scarce, it was something like 2,000 volunteers, the ones that got to Madrid. They were like 1/10 or 20th of those defending Madrid, but the presence of those 2,000 international volunteers meant a great moral support, so that the village, the people in Madrid decided to defend themselves from the fascists. Later on, as you know, apart from the fact that the war ground was dragged until March of 2037, the Battle of Jarama, the Battle of the Road to Coruña. So the main weight of the war was in Madrid, but there were other fascist forces in the north and in the south, and in the south, that with their own interventions in the north to conquer the very rich industrial area of the Basque Country, Santander, Asturias, and in the south, we know that there was an offensive, the offensive of the Olive in December 36 on Andújar, Lopera, Jaén. That was the main target, but they were blocked there, as we all know, at Christmas in the year 36 by the 14th International Brigade and the 6th Mixed Brigade, led by Miguel Gallo, and they had an important participation later on in the counter-offensive by Republicans in February that we will see in a minute. The map, you know, it's here. I've seen it in the wonderful exhibition by La Desbandá in the other room. We know and we can see that the French, Italian, and Spanish troops got into Malaga, and then that race started to persecute the 200,000, or whichever figure, because we don't know for sure, those who were fleeing towards the Republican territory, Almeria. We do not have to insist on this, because you know this quite well, but it's true that they had to stop in Madrid because by the 13th International Brigade. The Chapayev Battalion was the first one to get there. It got there on the 13th, They got to Agua Dulce, and Miguel Gallo, the leader of that sector, of the 6th Mixed Brigade and the sector, decided that they had to directly confront the Franco forces and troops that had conquered Motril after crossing the river Guadalfeo. And actually, they did conquer Casteldeferro, Calahonda on the 15th and the 16th. And they decided that, they will say, you shall not pass. You shall not pass, no pasaréis. So they put there this iron curtain, and that stayed there. This was the Chapayev battalion. But the fascists, when they saw that it was hard to cross that spot, because there was this wall, let's say, they tried to get through Alpujarra, going around, so that they could find a free area to operate, and also they could recover the other troops that were on the coast. So Miguel Gallo decided that Chapayev battalion and the new battalion, the French one, Guillemin, the one that got there a little bit later, they had to place themselves in strategic points at the north and south of the Alpujarra with the aim of avoiding this fascist action strategy of reaching, moving forward through the Alpujarra. And they did it rightly. This is an interesting image that I've also seen in the exhibition. This drawing by a German, Quack, in which you can see the tragedy of La Desbandá seen by a German volunteer. And this was the Chapayev battalion that confronted them and make the fascists turn around and make them try to look for another way to move forward. But at the skirt of Sierra Nevada and the other battalion in the Andújar mountain range were the two places where they could stop the fascists. And that's where Bief stayed with some modifications, but that's where the frontier between freedom, like as Fernando Valera would say, the limit between freedom and tragedy and cruelty. We have some pictures of those volunteers that were in the area of Sierra Nevada, Pitres, Portugos, Trevelez, where this summer they organized the second Sierra Nevada March, promoted by Fernando, the mayor, and the association 14th of April. And these are images that we know very well because there is an exhibition and promoted by the mayor, as we said, on this topic, and that is going through the different villages in Andalusia and other ones outside Andalusia.
And this is the final result. The Republican front, as you can see, that's the position in the map that you all know well. The international brigades also fought in different battles. They all fought with a lot of courage, very generously, offering their blood. Out of the 35,000, 6,000 or 8,000 are buried in our land. They are part of the Spanish land now, as Hemingway said. And conditions, and he died in 1956 when he couldn't stand anymore. But in spite of all this, he had a great dignity. In spite of this, Negrín decided to retreat the international brigades, and I'm not going to discuss whether it was a good decision or not. They were removed in September 1938, but I would like to refer to La Pasionaria's discourse and Negrín's speech 3 days earlier, in fact of the fact that many of those who had fought here continued with the resistance in their own countries, also in Italy, in Germany, in Yugoslavia, and so on. the resistance in France or the one in Italy or Yugoslavia, they wouldn't have existed without the support coming from the international brigadists. In spite of everything, oblivion destroys many things, and the memory of the international brigades was destroyed in history. And then later on, in 1960, since 1940, well, 1939 to 1960, so 20 years later, there is something that reminds us this past, the solidarity of the peoples of the world with the resistance in Spain. That was a book that recovered this, and after that there were many other books, and we started talking about this in the world, but also later on in Spain, because we were still in the silence to Spain. So the topic of the international brigades was recovered, and we started discussing this in a dignified way, in a decent way. In Spain, nevertheless, we know that there are the De la Sierra books. Yes, Ricardo de la Cierva's books. And others who were saying lies during the war and identified themselves with the international struggle, and also, of course, with the fight by the Spanish people. So one of the things we do in ABI is that we respond when we have information requests from brigadists from Spain or from abroad, when they want to know the contribution of their grandparents or great-grandparents in Spain's war, because they did feel completely identified with those struggles, with what was being done here in Spain. So the international brigades were rediscovered during this, well, from the 60s and particularly the 70s on, and many memory associations were created throughout the world. You know, from the 70s on, 80s, 90s, the decade of 2000. ABI was created in 1995, and the main task it had was to recover the memory of the result on the screen, a royal decree by our terrible king, where it is stated that they have earned the right to have the Spanish nationality. At the time, double nationality was forbidden, and then the law on historical memory by Zapatero was necessary in order to create this exception for international brigadists, so that they would have a double nationality. Also, there was the idea to create an archive with the donations by brigadists who came in '96 for the tribute that was paid to them. That was in October 1996. The most important one was in Madrid with over 300 brigadists, but there were other tributes in other cities, in Gijón, Albacete, Valencia, Barcelona, and other municipalities. I won't mention them all, but this was, of course, really important. It was necessary to do this, pay this homage, pay this tribute to them. It was a key year in the memory recovery. The media recognized for the first time the role of the international brigades in the war, and that was a starting point. And then what happened after that? Well, brigadists disappeared little by little. In 2001. Less than 100 came to the events celebrated every 5 years. In 2011, 4 brigadists, and 2016, only 1. Vicento Almudévar was born in Marseille, but his origins were in Valencia. And during the last tribute in 2021, no brigadist came because they had all died. Josep Almudévar was the last one to die. We do dissemination of history in forums and conferences. We also inform people who are interested by this topic. Recently, there was a young student from the communication school who wanted to get information from the Polish about the Polish volunteers. 4,500 Polish volunteers, and 60% of them had a Jew origin, and the Botwin company. We also have exhibitions for those who wish to share it. Also, we have working cooperation with other memory associations, like ask what their family members were doing in Spain, where they went to, what battles they participated in, what happened to them. All this that is part of the family memory, but also the memory of a collective memory of Democrats, a memory that needs to be kept, of those who were oppressed and defeated, but we need to acknowledge all this, and they have the dignity to want to know. Those who fought for freedom, they didn't get that freedom.
Bueno, pues unos cuantos monumentos que...
And here we have some monuments that we've created. In Morata Tajuña, this was a battlefield, also in Madrid, where the international brigades fought too. Isabel Pinar, the main promoter, in Albacete, which was where the headwaters of the international brigades, Gijón, Stockholm, London. There are between 150 and 200 memorials for the international brigades. In Spain, there are about 80. And it's really important to maintain this movement, to have new monuments, new streets with their names, in all those places where they had a significant role. We need to remember what they did. These 35,000 volunteers, 52 countries, and this morning, well, I was discussing with another colleague who said, a comrade who said they were coming from over 70 countries.
Gracias, Severiano. Seguimos con la siguiente persona. Él es Andrés.
So we're going to continue with Andrés Rebollo Barreno. He's the coordinator of the project of the mass graves of Marrufo. Can you hear me now? Okay. So the coordinator of the rehabilitation of the cemetery as a place of memory, coordinator of the House of La Sauceda since it was opened up to now. He is also someone who collaborates in all the events organized in the Forum for the Memory of the Campo de Gibraltar. Also, this is Association of Memory in different areas of places in Andalusia. He's also in charge of the visits in the Memory House of La Sauceda, and he participates in the events on memory in different places throughout Andalusia and Spain, and he's the coordinator of the exhumation in the cemetery of Jimena. Memory as social and social need. Live without backpacks. The struggle of the victims and the memorialist movement against the irresponsibility and abandonment of a state. Good afternoon. to all of you. I'd like to thank La Desbandá, the association. Sorry. Well, I'm a bit nervous. And I was afraid that would be so. So I was saying that I'd like to thank the organizers and congratulate them too for the great quality of the contents of it. I'd like to say that for me this is not a presentation and I'm not a professional speaker. And well, I must say that I'd like to explain, in fact, my itinerary. And I'm going to use 3 PowerPoint presentations. These are the ones we use in our memory house for the people who come to visit us. And they show 3 very important moments that we've experienced during the last 12 very intense years. So first of all, the exhumation of El Marrufo, the rehabilitation of the cemetery, and the tribute we organized there, and how we moved the 28 corpses that were found to the cemetery, and also the opening of the memory house in 2016, and the process for the creation of that. And that this tool that has been so useful in order to actually reach out to the new younger generations, which is our main goal. I'd like to start sharing with you a thought I've been bearing in mind since yesterday, and this is something we've already discussed with some comrades. Encarnación said that the word desbandá is a word she didn't like, and I think no one likes that word. And there's a very simple reason for that. And Emirta Núñez also said something before Encarnación Barrandero, and that is that there's a trend like to avoid using the terms used by Franco, the Franco regime. And as far as I know, La Desbandá is a term used by the oppressors, the people in the Franco regime. So I think this Congress should help us reflect on that, about that term. La huida, or the flight, is another term that we use, perhaps very local from the area of Campo de Gibraltar, because la huida, or the flight, was something that started months earlier, several months before La Desbandá. Since the coup d'etat and since the Campo de Gibraltar was occupied. So I wanted to share this thought with you, dear comrades, because I think that we need to rethink about this term, La Desbandá, in some way or another. Where's a colleague who's in charge with this? Okay, this is already on. Perfect, good. I couldn't see that on the screen of the computer. The title of my presentation is Memory as a Human and Social Need. My personal experience, my itinerary, starts from that need since I was really young, because I tell about this in my documentary. There's a grandfather I never met, and I had questions. And my grandmother and my mother always gave me the same answer. Your grandfather died in the war. That's it. That there was an abstract idea, no details. And how can a child understand this, digest this? How did he die? Was he fighting? Was he a soldier? What did he do? And since then I had this longing. I always saw my grandmother sad, in black, And Juanfra paid a wonderful tribute to my mother and my grandmother. The testimony my mother told her several years ago is going to be published in the future, and I'd like to thank for that. And that's what that was something I was living, I felt when I was a child. There was this need and also this lack, this absence, something you don't really understand, like not very able to express either. And then I grew up, and democracy was advancing, and I started seeing some movement of the sort. And then my mother started talking about the very few things she knew, and that's where I saw that need. And that need also started. It was something that she started expressing too. So she asked me and my brothers to find the death certificate of our grandfather. Her father had died when she was only 1.5 years. And as Franz said yesterday in the testimony, my grandmother said, I left my sadness in a small corner and I got up to work to be able to feed you. So that was what we experienced in our house, in our home. And then our mother suddenly asked us to try and find the death certificate of our grandfather. And of course, we tried everything we could. We tried to find and check the civil registries in La Alcalá, in all the villages around, and there were no documents available, nothing in all the villages we searched. And we only found some testimonies where it was said that in the house of El Farrujo, many people had been executed. And something about some summary executions there. And that's when, well, I found the opportunity to join the memory movement. There were some sessions on the historical memory in La Jimena, and I decided to participate. And I had this name, Marrufo, in my mind, because at the time I had a human need. I absolutely needed to help my mom find information about and the remains of her father and her uncle. And that was a great session, and it was a great starting point. And the memory movement in the Campo de Gibraltar asked me to join them, and that's what I did. They appointed me their president, and my only condition was that the first project that we would be working on, and we were still with the law of Zapatero, with a call for projects, was a project on what happened in La Sauceda and El Marrufo. And well, all this. And there's a third point, but I won't refer to that yet. And all this emerges because of this backpack. And this brings me to the second point of my presentation. This is why I say living without a backpack, because why should anyone be carrying this backpack? This is something invisible, but it becomes a trauma, and it's also an invisible trauma. And what I'm trying to say with all this is that in this country there is a collective trauma, a social trauma that has not been solved. And the reason is because the state has not fulfilled its duties. And well, this invisible but so heavy backpack, that's what's pushing you to advance and achieve something at the human and the social level. And that's why I started embarked myself into this adventure. So the project was approved. There were many oral testimonies, many contributions by historians and researchers of the province and many different parts of Andalusia about La Sauceda and El Marrufo. So the first prospections were approved. They started in 2012, and the metal detectors were beeping all the time. There were lots of bullets, projectiles from lower limbs in another one of the mass graves. So these were successful results, but exhumation was the challenge. On one part, we knew that the state was not going to accept this exhumation, that was going to be quite complex. Here we're not talking about a cemetery. These are mass graves, open air, in a farmhouse, in a cortijo, that belonged, a land that belonged to a rich man that didn't want to open the land to us. And also there's been a series of coincidences. When we presented the results of the excavations, well, someone came up saying that he knew that his grandparents had disappeared, forcibly disappeared. So his great-grandmother and his grandfather. And this was, in fact, the owner of Lotus Festina watches. So someone who had funds and resources. He wanted to contribute as another family member as anyone else, but he had the necessary resources. And well, we didn't say no straight away, but we needed to analyze this because it was a very big responsibility. We discussed this in detail and thought, well, finally we said yes. And he gave us the funds for the exhumation, also for the DNA tests, for the rehabilitation of the cemetery of La Sauceda. And also he bought the memory house.
So this joint project, that was a really huge project, because at the same time we were doing many things. But we had the energy, and we believed, and we wanted to do it, most of all because of the victims. This was our main goal, and I think it is the goal of the memory movement in general. We are seeking the truth. We want to make justice whenever it is possible, and also we want to give reparation to the victims. So this exhumation was a turning point, and it gave us strength to keep on working. We have the cemetery of La Sauceda, which becomes a memory site, and we get this designation by the regional government, and the same for the Cortijo de Marrufo, which belongs to the owners of a very famous winery of the area, and also of La Sauceda. La Sauceda was not really a village, it was like an annex to a municipality that is a part of Cortes de la Frontera, but it is more important. In fact, it's bigger settlement. So there was, because of Capo de Llano, who gave the order of the aviation to bomb this village because they hadn't succeeded doing it by land. So there was a great number of bombings of civil society, and this is earlier than Guernica or Durango. So for us, this is the Andalusian Guernica, and nobody knows about it. So this village disappeared. And it is a magical village because it is so beautiful and currently it is a part of the natural park of Los Alcornocales, and the people used to live very happily there. Then there was the agrarian reform, and there was a population with with a nice level of income. They had some wealthy, and they were able to own their lands, and they worked with different products that they could sell also away. So all that was destroyed by the bombings, and of course the people, the inhabitants of this village. I know I have experienced myself the consequences of that bombing, of those bombings, because my mom was widow and she had 4 children. She was dispossessed of her land, and she had to leave her village and go to Castellar to keep on working very hard, working really, really hard, and starving and suffering from hunger, for many needs, starting from the lack of a father, the possibility she could have to access to any kind of education. She lost it. So every day I see a TV show with my mom, and she adores it. She loves playing it, and she knows many answers to the questions of this quiz. And she thinks she could have been a teacher, a school teacher, but she never had a chance. And this is also a part of the trauma, because if you don't know all this, you're not aware. But once you start to know these kind of details, you start to think about it, and you can even get obsessed. And then there's the trauma. And for me, the only tool I have is keep on fighting. My only way to get out of this trauma is keep on fighting against fascism, because I am an engaged, a committed citizen, and I think this society deserves something better, and we can do it. And now I'm going to pass to my third point, and I would like to highlight the lack of responsibility by the government. And it has always been like this since the democracy arrived to Spain. I think there is not enough political will or maturity. It is the state who has to take this responsibility, and he has to solve the problems we have in this field. And if this is not done, we will never get to be the society we deserve. And also we have to do it to pay tribute to those who lost their lives. All these people had skills and potential. There were people who had made university studies, but there were also peasants, or all kinds of persons and professionals. So this country had been really different if all these people hadn't died. We lost poets, doctors, intellectuals. We lost all the people who was supposed to be building the next republic. So all we're doing here, all the work done by the memory movement and all the people who support these initiatives, we have the same mission, the same goal. We want to get back all that was stolen from us. And for that, the state has to assume the responsibility. And yes, we can have memory loss, but we have to go further. I'm talking here about the law, the Zapatero law. In the Emisión El Objetivo, Ana Pastor made an interview to Zapatero, and she asked him about the new memory law that has just been approved, and he said it is an important and necessary law. And he said, because both sides suffered a lot. I was devastated when I heard that. I didn't expect it from a kind of statement like that from Zapatero, because he was one of the promoters of the first memory law. But anyways, this memory law, the one in Andalusia and the second one that has been improved, but it is not working, it is not enough. They are not applying this law. And now we have this new law. And yes, we can be happy. This is the result of our work, and we have made so much efforts for this law to be approved. But now we have to keep on following up or controlling that the law is really applied. And we can also try to improve it, because there are missing elements like the amnesty or the reparation. And we do have the mass grave issue as well. We cannot afford to have so many disappeared Spanish nationals, like more than 100,000 people still disappeared in mass graves, or still names of criminals in street names. My uncle, who was executed after a trial, they were very nice to him. You know, I have the documents of the trial, but I would like this sentence to be cancelled, legally cancelled, because I don't want it to be as a valid sentence in the archives of our country. For me, this is important. Despite this trauma and all we have to carry with us, despite this sadness, of course, we have to be honest, we are sad. Because I see people, besides my mother, I see many other people that have this look in their faces, and I can imagine how sad they feel, because they haven't been able to get over this sadness. We can't forgive this. And as Juan Naranjo said at some point, this cannot be reparated. So this is what I had to say. Yes, I found my grandfather and his brother.
Bueno, y para finalizar la mesa, vamos a continuar con...
Well, to close this session, we have Lourdes Zarratel Castro. She's a web designer, social media expert, and she gets involved in the memory movement in 2007 when she gets to know a little bit more about her missing grandfather. So she thinks it's necessary to make a review of this narrative about the past, about what has happened in our country, and about all that is not known by the society. Sorry, just one thing. We have 3 catalogs of the Casa de la Memoria. They're for free, or maybe you can give a little donation if you want. We have 3 publications, and feel free to get a copy.
Fuera. Pero ya. A ver, brevemente.
So I'm going to be very brief, but I'd like to start by introducing myself so you can understand a little bit my intervention. I don't have much experience in this movement. I am the granddaughter of a disappeared grandfather. My grandma suffered the oppression of the Franco regime. I discovered this by chance in 2007, and once I get involved in this memory movement, I think I can contribute with my skills, because I am a graphic designer. Well, I realized that we have a very dramatic situation here, and is that the story has not been told. So I've been making works for different organizations, and this is the duty I decided to make, because I come from a society of silence. My dad never told anything at home. I was born in 75 in an allegedly democracy where everything was supposed to be working properly and fine. But then I discovered a great contrast between what I had learned at school and what the reality was. So I decided this whole story had to be told. And that's what I'm going to tell you about, because from the technical point of view, my colleagues, all the people from this movement know much more than me. So I decided, well, I was invited to participate, and I didn't know what I could do. And I thought, well, I'm going to tell them about the memory and the future, because I think without a memory there is no future. So our starting point is a past that has been manipulated. I'm working from the democratic period onwards. So Franco was a very good friend with the king. This is already a manipulation that we didn't know. We start to talk about this nowadays, but I didn't know before. Here I have pictures of some of our comrades from Madrid, Rebollo. And we have this idea that all this movement is about old people that are always telling the same stories, blah, blah, blah. But I do admire this man. I admire him a lot, and he gives me a lot of energy. He encouraged me a lot. We've been together in many meetings. I think he has an excellent energy. He is contagious in his energy. He makes me learn a lot. So these claims of memory are not a new thing. And this is where the conservative parties and the far right have been placing us through history. And then later on, if we don't do anything to change that, because we are always between us and we don't get over our circles, then they're going to think that we're always like this. I've chosen this article from El País, a newspaper. It is from 2015, and they say, the wounds of the memory come back. And they say, we're reopening the wounds based on a lecture made by, on an interpretation made by the far left, and trying to reopen wounds that were already closed thanks to a great effort of the whole of the society many decades ago. And this means a condemnation not to see the future. Still another attempt to show that Spain is not in peace. Well, it is very sad. It is very sad. It is outrageous. We have here the opposites to those words, and it means that us, the memory movement, we are intolerant. We want to promote disagreement. We do not understand. We do not want to be in Spain. We are excluding others. We are making an opposition. But this is just the contrary. We have an anti-fascist narrative. We support the democratic values, humanitarian values. So they think the opposite, but they try to place us in a different position. And it is something that has been more or less accepted by society. What do we have to do? They always say we have to move forward, we have to get over it. But there is a huge contradiction between the truth of what really happened and where they want to place us. This picture is from a comrade, an anthropologist that is working on the project of the mass grave of Seville. It is really shocking. I think my grandfather is here, actually, in that mass grave in the Pico Reja, where Blas Infante could also be buried. So when I learned that, I thought that maybe my grandfather could have been there too, because his location at the time of the execution was the same as the one of Blas Infante. So for me, it was very impressive. I read this article, I emailed the Association of García Marcos. He's an historian that makes a great job about the exhumations in Seville, and he starts talking to me about my own grandfather. He knew more about him than I did. And he even had a digital copy of a newspaper of my granddad. So I was so shocked that I got immediately involved, and I've been helping the ones working in Pico Reja. And I give you this example because we know that one of the problems of the memory movement is the lack of youth. We do not teach the memory at schools. And then the young people, they don't know what it is. They don't know what happened.
So they're doing an extraordinary work. They invite many people, they organize visits and everything. And well, here I have these words. At present, we need to tell. There are many bones there, many victims, but there is a present there too. And when there's this narrative about the past is also a present, because it's thanks to the memory movement that this mass grave was opened and excavated. So that's something we have achieved, and we must not forget that. We are that present. So here you have an image and a sentence. This image tells us about the brutality of the past, but it is an image of our present. These people who are there died because they were defending the values, anti-fascist values. They died for democracy and for freedom values that they had, and the other ones came and wanted to take them away from them. But as I just explained earlier, these others are now changing our positioning and making them look as the bad guys, let's say. Here, this is a victim, Angel. He's a wonderful man. And Angel tells us a story of his family. He tells this story to a group of students, and this is creating a future. It's telling the past to create a present with these people and then forward this to the future. I don't know, when I'm older, I will perhaps think that everything is sad, but right now I'm optimistic. And I was discussing earlier with a colleague and a comrade, and I was about the movement, and I said, I believe, yes, it's true. I think it's possible. And this is my daughter, she's older now, and this was in 2019, and that was for the Day of Andalusia, and I was in a protest with a group of people from the memory movement, and Blas Infante, the president Moreno was talking about Blas Infante and Lorca, and it was crazy because he's a member of the Popular Party, and I felt really outraged. And, you know, Blas Infante is in a mass grave and we don't know where he is. So please review history and give us the narrative there. So I did this, and then someone came, he was with his Spanish flag, and he said, yes, you're right. And, you know, I convinced him, so that was a great success for me. Here, another example. This is the Guernica painting. We all know it very well. An internationally renowned painting in the Reina Sofia Museum, but they don't say fascism destroyed Guernica, bombed Guernica, and well, this is, you know, something terrible, because we tell this among us and we are not doing this properly. We should tell other peoples about that. We should say it out loud. This is something I designed for, you know, a piece of work that I did, because for me it's important. That was the fascism, right? And look at this. This is an anomaly, right? Here we have the Queen, Letizia. We know that Franco was with the monarchy, and now we have Letizia there taking a picture there, and the person in charge of the press, I mean, it was completely wrong, because also all these people here, they were members of the NATO. And our symbols, if we don't protect them, they're going to be taken away from us. We need to apprehend them. We need to hold them and tell the stories that are there, the history as it is. Here, we see people fleeing from the war, but there's a terrible tragedy. It's the civil population suffering. Like here, the society is ignorant without actually getting to know what we are talking about, what we are demanding. And the La Desbandá was something that happened because these two guys were really close friends. My older daughter, she's here too, and she talks to me a lot about the war in Ukraine, but she knows very well that Franco did terrible things. And she told a friend at school who's 11, well, Franco was a dictator and he killed many things. And the friend said, well, yes, but he also did very good things too. And, you know, this is a problem because she's only 11. Of course, she's learned that from her parents who must be my age.
Con una patata caliente, mi favorita. Este señor que sabe tanto de todo.
And this is my favorite part. Capo. He knew the media very well with all his interventions. Yes, my time, I'm fine. Well, terror, panic, and so on. This image is already old, from the year 2009. I belong to the Bangoba platform. We want to get Capo's remains and recover the house that he kept for his family. And these are the protests in which we participate. And whenever we do a protest, I always wonder, do they understand when they see this? Because they look at the Macarena, at the church. All these concepts are different for those people. This concept of the assassin, the killer, the criminal. So we use words and expressions that have a great meaning for us, but not for other people who are not aware of that. So what happened then? The law was approved, was passed with, it's not perfect, but I won't go into detail. And then what do you see here? The paper on the 26th of October, Capo de Llano. The brutal statements to make the popular front suffer and be afraid by the general who actually made Franco nervous. And people will just read this and believe it without thinking much. And that's the society in which we live. And very quickly now, something we did on the 27th of October, 3 days after Franco left, and our slogan was, and now capo, when Franco was taken away. And I thought that it was a good idea to use these black scarves. And we were there at the door of the Macarena church. And I did this. We did this. It was really cool.
Ah, bueno, pues no pasa nada. No, lo cuento. Hice una...
There's no sound. It doesn't matter. So we did a mix with Capo's words and the Pope Wojtyla's Pope Wojtyla is saying words also, and there were the sounds of the bells from the church too, and we did this mix thing. So I'd like to finish.
Por favor, y ya está. Ahí, ¿no? ¿Qué fallo yo?
My grandparents, they're always with me. My father couldn't do anything. He ended up in the streets. They had money. I've been stolen my past. We were stolen our home, everything. And they're not going to steal my past from me. Thank you.
A la mesa.
This round table is now closed.
Bueno, compañeros. Sí. Compañeros, compañeras.
Comrades, dear comrades, please, our time is limited. Let's go back to your seats. Please take your seats.
Vamos a ver. Voy a seguir gritando. A ver.
So, please, would like to ask you all to go back to your seats.
¿Cómo? Sí, ya. Ya. Que empezamos.
So, we're going to start straight away.
Bueno. Han dicho que no tenías cartelico. Me han dicho que no tenías cartelico, pero te presento ahora después. A ver. Bueno, pues sin más dilación.
So, without further ado, well, we're going to be very brief. We would like to present the 8th comprehensive march of La Desbandá. We've already done it 7 times. So, of course, we understand, we've realized that we would need 4 additional congresses to have time for the discussion and the debate. But in any case, we've been analyzing what we've been doing, and I've come to the conclusion that with this Congress, we've opened the book of memory. This is a very long book. So this has been the introduction and the index. We've already had access to a lot of truth, a lot of knowledge about La Desbandá and everything that was linked to the war in Spain. Much more than we had before. But we are aware of the fact that we really fit in too many things into the agenda. We're sorry for that, but we need to respect the times allocated because we want everyone to have the chance to talk. So I'm going to talk about the march in general, present the general goals, and my colleague Ángeles is going to explain who this 7th March will be dedicated to. So, the data. For those who wish to participate in this march and have this intention, who intend to do that, to do several of the stages or all of them, well, I'd like to tell you that you need to hurry up because many people call us, many women who wish to participate in the march this year. And we cannot organize a comprehensive march for 2,000 people. In the last edition, there were 3,500 people participating in one or several stages. So for those who want to do the complete march, I want you to know that in terms of infrastructure, to sleep, and in terms of food and everything, the maximum number of participants is 150. So for those people who wish to participate, you really need to do it during the first weeks of January when we are going to publish these information. We will open the march and you will open up the registry for this 7th edition of the march. And with regards to what Andrés Rebolledo was saying earlier on, it's true that the refugees who arrived to Malaga, there was this name in the mountain ranges of Ronda, of Córdoba, Seville, Cádiz, and so on. Those people were called the Huillas. That's what happened before the great human river of La Desbandá towards Almería. This is why we've been paying a tribute to the Huillas for several years, because, well, of course, Desbandá is not the right term, and also because they have this other term, Las Huillas, and we've already done the Boque de Zafarraya last year, all the way to Periana in the Axarquía region. Also, we did another one the previous year in Seville. As a tribute to the people who had to flee from the southern mountains of Seville, fleeing for freedom. And this year, we are going to do this with the town councils on the 20th of January, with the participation of 4 different villages. There will be 4 columns going from Arriates, Tenil, Alcalá del Valle, and Cañet de la Real to go all the way to the cave of El Becerro, where there is a survivor. And, well, we're going to pay a tribute to him then in this village, Cueva del Becerro. And this is going to be a previous stage to pay homage, because my father was one of them. He left from the area of Ronda because he was going to be executed, and he left at midnight that night. And many thousands of people had to flee like he did, and this is going to be on the 28th of January, Saturday. You are invited to participate if you wish to. That's the first previous stage, and then there's going to be a second previous stage the day right before the actual march that will start in Malaga. So that will be for the people going from Cádiz, the mountains of Ronda too, and this will be in the Mijas area, where we're going to have a previous stage too, as a tribute to those women and men who walked all the way to Malaga. And next year we will also pay tribute to the not next year, but in 2024. During the 8th March, we'll pay tribute to the people who came back to Teba. So we will do this segment from Campillo to Teba. And these are the 2 previous legs that we're going to organize, because we need to pay tribute to all the refugees. 100,000 as an estimate figure that were the refugees until on the 7th of February 1937. They all had to flee from Malaga. For those who don't know La Desbandá, we actually have 10 different legs covering the same itinerary, going from Malaga to Almería. So on the 2nd of February, we start off in Malaga. So first to Torre del Mar, Nerja, Almuñécar, then in Salobreña, we do that too. And someone might ask us, why that date? And that's because the core or key event of the march is in the Guadalfeo River, and there's a monument that was opened last year in the roundabout close to the Guadalfeo River, and we always have this key event of La Desbandá, and we want it to be organized on a Sunday, and this is why the first day of the march will be different depending on the year, and the dates change from year to year. This year, this will be dedicated to Matilde Landa and Modotti, and the women in general, because Tina Modotti and other women also worked very hard to save the lives of the Andalusians who walked all the way to Almería. We have two novelties here, two new things. We want to continue paying tribute to the survivors. And this is why this year we will have a small bus or a van so that the survivors will be able to be with us during this march, but of course they won't be able to walk. They will have to be in that van. We also want to have young volunteers who will be with us on the road from Malaga to Almería so that we can really work on the intergenerational coexistence. We've seen here some young people in the round tables, and the young people need to know the truth. They need to know our history, and that's our way of doing so. They need to get to know our hidden and forgotten history. So those are the new things in this 7th March. We are already working on that. As for the details of the march, we're still working on them. So we've also been pretty busy with the Congress, so we will have all the details ready by the end of the month of November with the information about the different events that we do in the evenings, as we done in previous editions of the march. Well, I would just like to invite you all to participate, those who can do it, those who have time for it, or those who wish to. I must also say that many people take some days off from work to be able to do this march, to walk the march with us. So people who take days off work, part of their holidays, they do that during these days, well, to pay tribute to the thousands of victims and to, do the march and walk the march. So we don't have much time left, so now I am going to give the floor to my comrade so that she will explain who we are going to be paying tribute to. My name is Ángeles. I'm the second vice president of this association. Hello, everyone. As Rafa just said, he's referred to several items that are going to be very important in this march in the edition of the year 2023. And one of the goals we have this year is to work on the visibility of La Desbandá women. So Maria, Teresa, those women who were victims but at the same time were heroes, we would like to acknowledge their role in this tragic road, on this tragic road. So we're going to work on the recovery of Tina Modotti, who was a journalist and a photographer, and Matilde Landa. Both of them collaborated with the International Red Aid, and we want them to make their figures visible, to make them known, and also acknowledge what they did. This morning we had an extraordinary contribution. I've learned so much this morning about everything that was done, the humanitarian and political contribution of women throughout history. And I think we really need to really have this female approach, and that's all, dear comrades.
¿Bien? Sí, bueno, he sido tan rápido que me he dejado algunas cosas, como me decía la compañera.
Well, I tried to be really fast, but I forgot to mention some of the important things. We have a very ambitious project for the Malaga to Almeria road. Last year, I don't know if you're aware of that, but the Spanish Parliament declared this road a site of memory. And we always stop at each of the historical spots where the most important massacres took place on the road. So the first project that we are going to do is from January on, we are going to have a specific text with information about the number of people who died there and the massacre that took place at each of these spots. There are 27 spots that have been identified, and we are going to add their information and signs specifying the spots, explaining and giving information about that, so that those people who would like to walk the road at any other time of the year, we have also the information on our website with memory spots of La Desbandá, this, so that anyone can walk the road at any time on their own. So we are going to continue working with these signs that are going to be put up with the information at those specific spots of memory, and also we are going to work with the Mountain Association of Andalusia, and we do this with the E92, the European Trail, and well, this is, you know, with the different signals, and it can be followed very easily, and we're going to add additional signs, and we're going to add the specific signs for the Desbandá. Some of them are already there, but we need to add that to some of the spots on that trail. And these are very immediate projects. Everyone knows very well the trail to St. Jack's. And we want everyone to know about this too. And we want to give the information to anyone who would like to walk that trail. The Way of St. James is known all over the world. And we want to prepare something similar for the road from Malaga to Almeria for La Desbandá, with information about where to sleep, where to eat, everything. And this will soon be ready.
Si alguien quiere...
So if anyone wants to make any questions, or somebody who needs more information, we're here for you.
En la integral empezamos en Málaga, en la Alcazabilla empezaremos el día 2.
We're going to start from Málaga in La Alcazabilla, and we will stay around the area the night before, but we will give all the details in the website. So thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Tú en coche, sí.
Yes, by car.
Bien, buenas noches.
Well, hello. Please take your seats.
Bien, perfecto. Gracias.
So thank you very much. Please take your seats. We really need to start now. So good evening, everyone. After such a day, such a complete and intense day, I wanted to thank you for being here. And we're going to start a very, very interesting and also complex table. I have with me Diego Blázquez, Mauricio Valiente, Rosa María García Alcón, excuse me, it is Alcón, Luis Naranjo, and Martina Valverde. Excuse me, Martina Velarde, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. Well, this is the session dedicated to the legal framework and the public policies on the topic of memory, the historic memory law, and the democratic memory law of Andalusia. So recently, the Parliament has approved the project of democratic memory that seeks to strengthen the commitment towards the seek of justice for the violence committed during the Franco regime. So the law seeks to denounce also all the crimes made during the last part of the Franco regime as well. And we believe that Spain has finally a law that gives the priority to the victims. This law also is also considered humanitarian and is in the framework of the principles of reparation and justice, the international principles of reparation and justice. So all these experts that I just introduced are here to broach this topic. These men and women have played an important role in the promotion of this law, and they are going to control the application of this law. And now they're going to discuss about all the strength of the law, the weaknesses as well. So it is a great privilege to have them here today. So if it is good for you, we're going to start with Martina Velarde. You weren't here, but you're going to be. We have decided that, but you're going to be the first one. Well, Martina Velarde Gómez was born in Rota on the 14th of April in 1979. She holds a degree in law by the University of Granada. She's a lawyer and she is the General Secretary of the political party Podemos in Andalusia, and she's a deputy in the Andalusian Parliament. She feels really lucky to have the chance to fight from different front lines in order for Andalusia not to lag behind anymore. She's been involved in the promotion of the law, the historical memory law, in order to condemn the Franco regime crimes. I'm sorry, I've said your date of birth. I'm so sorry. It was just, I had it written down, so I just said it, sorry. The floor is yours, Martina. All right, can you hear me? Okay, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation. Congratulations as well to all the organizers for this first International Congress of La Desbandá. I hope there will be many more editions of this Congress that I find absolutely necessary. So thank you very much again for the invitation. When I received this invitation several months ago to discuss with you about the democratic memory law, I wasn't even sure that the law was going to be approved by today and also published in the State Journal. But it is true that the law is now passed at the Parliament and published at the State Journal. Finally. Whenever I make an intervention at the Parliament, not only to promote this law, but also to broach other topics, I like to start by thanking, because we talk many times of the parent of the Constitution, but we do not talk about the parents who brought us our liberties, our freedoms, and our democracy. And if I look around here, I see many faces and see many people who lived this period, the transition period. And I think we have to be thankful to these people for so many years of fighting, of struggle. Our parents, our grandparents, who brought the democracy. And as for us, as a political party, we also have to apologize because we arrived 45 years late. I know there is already a law, number 47, but it wasn't enough because there were not enough mechanisms to apply the law. And that was the case of the 2007 law. What do we do now with the new one, with the new law? We want to go a little bit further. We establish a sanction regime, sanction mechanisms, in order to fully apply this law, and in order also to eliminate some elements that were, or to bring about some elements that were missing before. I've worked with Enrique Santiago, who is the secretary of the Spanish Communist Party, and we have been the representatives of Unidas Podemos at the Congress. It has been a very hard work, a very hard journey. We started in this project in 2020. And 2 years ago, in September 2020, we presented our bill. We thought the draft of the bill was really not enough, and we started negotiations with the Socialist Party in order to add modifications, amendments, and make improvements of the bill. So we worked with the memory movement, and then we drafted amendments, modifications of the law, and we communicated all these changes to the Socialist Party. And then the bill is presented in July 2021. So after reaching different agreements with the Socialist Party, we kept on working with the other political parties in order to finally present 42 amendments. So we had the impression that everything was going quite fast, but in the end, it was not like this, because the Socialist Party stops all these proceedings of the law because they wanted to reach agreements with other political parties. So we had to wait a little longer, and then we started with all the paperwork, we can say. So we present the amendments, we negotiate with all the political parties, and of course we had to confront amendments against the whole law by the Popular Party, by Ciudadanos, and by Vox. Their statements in the parliament were really sad, really strong, and they were really absolutely offensive for the victims and for our parents. And finally, in July 22, the bill is passed and it goes to the Senate. There were 500 amendments at the Senate, and we didn't know if it was going to pass or not, but finally the text stays the way it was, and it is published in the State Journal. It has been a very long journey with a lot of participation by the memory movement. We cannot say it is our law, the law of Unidas Podemos, because it is the result of a great consensus. Because if we had more power in the parliament, the law would have been different, but we were not a majority force, so we make part of government agreements, and we have worked to have the greater consensus as possible. So we have always been more ambitious, and we would have liked to go a little bit farther, but we're still satisfied. We consider it a good step. We believe the democratic memory law is a success. There is no doubt about it. And the 2007 law was never applied because there were not enough mechanisms to do so. But now it changes. Before we didn't have the instruments to stop the permanent sabotage of the right parties. But now we do. Now we have these mechanisms. And I would like to highlight the greatest progress we've made. Today, Francoism is illegal in our country. The coup of 1936 is condemned, and the Franco regime is considered illegal, is declared illegal. And all the amnesty issues will be interpreted according to international law and humanitarian law. There are going to be genocide crimes, crimes against humanity that are going to be in place. It's not going to be possible to prevent any judge from researching, from inquiring these kind of crimes. And this is according to Article 2.3. So, besides that, we acknowledge every people and the families who suffered any kind of repression by the Franco regime. And all the sentences, all the condemnations that suffered, the fighters for freedom are going to be considered cancelled, void. And now with Article 4 of the law, these sentences are going to be considered void, invalid. All the sentences that they suffered because of the Franco regime. It is very important also to establish the necessary mechanisms to apply the law. So we're going to create a DNA bank in order to identify the victims, and in order to identify the stolen children, there's going to be an authority to fight against all, or to make researches about all these crimes. And we're going to have a census for the recovery and the defense of all the documentary material, the documentary patrimony. And all the acts that are opposite to the democratic memory need to be stopped also. We are also going to include in the education, the curricula, we're going to include information about this period and memory content on the subject of history. And there's going to be tributes, acknowledgements, compensations, or all the commemorations of persons who were involved in the Franco regime or in the oppression or in the repression activities of Franco. They're going to be cancelled as well. So all the aristocratic titles awarded between 1948 and 1978 are going to be cancelled as well. We will have a consultation body that will include memory associations as well, and we're going to create a democratic memory center in order to give visibility to the memory of victims. There's going to be researches on the potential cases of violations of human rights of the victims. There are going to be reparation actions for all the crimes happened between 1968 and December 1983. So there's going to be an acknowledgement for the victims killed during that period when we were already in democracy. And to finish, I'd like to highlight the second chapter of the law that starts with a very special mention to the active role of women of the country in the struggle for democracy, for the values of equality and solidarity that is cross-sectoral and that appears in every domain. Women were active players of the intellectual, political, trade union life, and they suffered rapes, violations, insults, because they were fighting or because they were daughters or wives of men that had been victims of repression. We're going to seek for children separated from their families. That was a particular kind of repression against women. Justice is going to be made in this field too. So, as I said before, this is not the ideal law that we wanted, but it is still a very important step forward. We're going to have more budget as well, more funding to apply all these measures. And I believe that our democracy today, we have it thanks to Blas Infante, Enrique Ruano, José María García Caparrós, Luis Companys, the workers of the olive cultures in San Juan de Aznalfarache, Manuel Sánchez, the brother of our comrade here, or the last Republican mayor of Córdoba, who was shot with 19 board members and 60 of public officers. So to all of them, to all the women and to all the people that I cannot mention in this intervention, thank you so much for fighting for democracy. Thank you for fighting for freedom.
Gracias, Martina Velarde.
Thank you, Martina Velarde. Thank you so much for giving us all the details of the legal framework of this law. Thank you for your work and your fight. And I'll give the floor to Diego Blázquez.
Bueno, Diego Blázquez, doctor en Derecho por la Universidad.
Has a PhD in the University Carlos III in Madrid. In 2018, he was a counselor for the first vice president of the government. He has got a very long institutional experience as advisor and coordinator, and he's been a member of the departments on equality, gender equality. That was in 2009, 2010. Also, in the City Council of Madrid, since October 16 till 18, he was advisor for Manuela Carmena, the mayor of Madrid, and he also worked in the sports and youth department of that same city. He is currently General Director of Democratic Memory since the 29th of January 2020. You have the floor. Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure for me to be here. And thank you so much for having invited me to participate in this Congress. The Desbandá has been something to which I have devoted many hours of my work. This year, we've got an exhibition in the Unicaja Foundation in Malaga until the 31st. And that's the opportunity for me to talk to you about my exhibition. So tomorrow it will be closed, and I'm not sure if they're going to start disassembling the exhibition on Monday. I don't know how this is going to be organized. But in any case, I suppose you can find the information about that. So I just wanted to refer to the exhibition on La Desbandá, and again, thank you so much for your invitation. I want to be very brief because I know that you've been here for many hours listening to many contributions and also discussing different thoughts with Martina and my other colleagues in the panel. I don't know. I'd like to give you the chance for questions later on, because perhaps that could be very interesting. Mauricio and we have been working on topics related to the human rights, and sometimes I'm afraid that if we really promote the principles of truth, justice, reparation and the guarantee of non-repetition, we might forget about the fight against torture. And I don't want to torture you because I know it's Saturday evening and it's we're close to torture at this time of the day. Well, I'd like to share some of my personal thoughts about the drafting of the law. And in any case, well, Martina referred to the important elements of the law and so on. But there are two thoughts I'd like to share with you. First of all, this law is very complex because many actors have been participated in it. That's interesting. Participation, pluralism. We've been listening to many different actors. The process started in June of the year 2020. That's because there was a first stage of public participation, public audience, initial one that with a lot of participation, with many suggestions, many contributions and ideas. Also, at the same time, we opened the Secretary of State and myself and many of the advisors that are members of the team, very well-known people, Paco Echeverria, who knows a lot about exhumation, Paco Fernandez in the anthropological area, also another colleague from Andalusia, Mr. Barrera. All of us, we really wanted to be open to contributions, and we spent many hours listening to what people had to tell us on the phone, also online, because that was right through the pandemic, you know? So we started working on this bill in the middle of the COVID crisis. And for those of you who are know a bit of how the parliament works,
esta grave contingencia que...
Well, you need to understand how things were more complex during this pandemic and the situation we all suffered in the country. In any case, one of the reasons why I'm so happy to be here is because I have the opportunity to meet some of the people with whom I've been talking for many months. Miguel Vaquero, Manuel Remedios, Mauricio. So many people I've been talking to for so long during these months. Well, I've learned so much from you. I've met many people, not only the ones I mentioned, but also Fausto Canales and Antonio Deza from Córdoba. Absolutely admirable figures. I remember what Vázquez Montalbán said. Anti-Francoism is one of the most noble efforts and one of the efforts that should be remembered by everyone, but also because of the value of the peoples who are member of that movement. And this is a great value of this country. The two people I just mentioned are persons that have been fighting for extraordinary goals, extremely high human values, and they should be known because, you know, they really show that they're the opposite of what some people say about those people in the memory movement wanting to seek for revenge and things like that. And these are people that have an extraordinary generosity. They are 90 years old and they have sacrificed a lot because they wanted to make sure that democracy would work. And they were convinced that it was worthwhile sacrificing personal fights or conflicts for the true construction of democracy. And I think this is extraordinary and it should be known by everyone. It should be made public. A second thought I wanted to share with you is that the public memory policy should be relaunched and consolidated through initiatives like this. Well, this year we've had the anniversary of the March on Rome, and there's been a lot of information about that on the media, the press, and so on. And it's really significant because it was the 100-year anniversary of that march, and we have many 100 years anniversaries every day. But it's wonderful that this has been attracting so much attention in El País. We had 2 pages of an interview with a historian discussing this march. Julián Casanova today, I think in Info Libre, also published an article on this. Today, again, in El País, there's another article on the creation of a political anti-fascist party in Italy. So, of course, this 100-year anniversary is something that we may have every day, but in this case, a lot of attention has been paid to this. Maria Zanfrano said, the history doesn't repeat itself, it just doesn't disappear. And we can say the same thing about problems. So we see in our societies a lack of understanding of what the democratic system truly is. And it's a paradox, because the European project was a moment where there was a clear will to make sure that history would not be repeated. And there's this moral value of the European project is never again. Never again these events should take place. And now we are in a situation in society where we need to say now, again, more than ever, because we are at a situation where we see a risk of the emergence of very dark things. Of course, it's not like in the 20s or the 30s, not the same risks, but denying the value of culture, of the social struggles, the social, economic and cultural rights, and so on. So that's the reason why, not only in Spain, but in many other countries too, we see the public memory or collective memory policies reappearing with force. And many explain this linked to identity issues, but in my opinion, this is we're progressing, because for the first time, their identity is not linked to religion, the nation, or the race. We want to consolidate our identity as Democrats. The identity in the fight for human dignity and human rights and so on. For me, this is a clear proof of progress. And precisely because of this, well, all these public memory policies are very much criticized. And then taking that into account, what we need to do to those who criticize them is the actual purpose of the law. Martina did not refer to something that I'd like to highlight in relation to the law, and that is that, the educational value, because we need to invest in educate, teach values, explain how a democracy works, what respecting fundamental rights means, how difficult it is to build a democracy. An example would be that, well, not only in Spain, but also in other places, we are demonizing trade unions, and we see that trend. And we need to understand that the roots of the advances in social, economic, and cultural rights are in trade unions and the workers' movement. And we need to understand that to avoid facing a future where we will have no way to protect our rights as workers. So in the law, there are many specific measures, and some of them are already ongoing, because the passing of the law has been so complex and long that, well, when the education law was passed, those measures were incorporated in the secondary education curricula, both compulsory one and final years. So we want to have citizens that will be committed to values and will also be critical will have a critical spirit. I believe that the great moral foundation of European democracies is the fight against fascism and also the guaranteeing human dignity. Of course, this cannot be expressed in the same terms as it was expressed in the 30s or the 40s. We need to update that to the current times, but we must remember the spirit and the heart of that. And in most, well, the law should invest particularly in everything that is linked to education, awareness raising, and measures related to the dissemination of the principles and values of truth, justice, reparation, and the guarantee of non-repetition. So I wanted to share these thoughts, but of course, I'll be happy to participate in the discussion and answer any questions you may have about the law. The law 2022 of the 19th of October. I've referred to this as the bill for so long that now it's difficult for me to say law. So he studied law in the University Complutense of Madrid. He's got a wonderful PhD in the University Carlos III of Madrid. He's specialized in human rights. He was a member of the council in the City Council of Madrid, and he also was a member of Izquierda Unida in Madrid. He's the coordinator of Izquierda Unida in the parliament, and he's in charge of democratic memory in the Communist Party of Spain. You can take the floor. Thank you very much. And well, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge all the work you've been carrying out during these days here in the first International Congress. I find that everything that is being done is very useful for me, and I'm sure that this is going to be positive for you all. And I have something to ask you all. I'd like to ask you all for a favor. I'd like you to read the law. It's a bit complex because it's long, but it really gives us so many tools for what we do, for our work in social activism. For those who work in education, for those who work in the institutions. Well, in municipalities, they will have a lot to do. So please do an effort and read the law, because besides the assessment we can make of the law, as Martina said earlier, well, it's not the perfect law, and many may have different opinions about it, but it's the essential thing of this law is that it should be translated into tools that will help us work. So, recently I read in the book by Ángel Viñas, Guillermo Portillas, and Francisco Espinosa, well, they were talking about the importance of using data appropriately in the memory movement. Sometimes we may think that using really big or exaggerated figures or using approximate figures, this will be positive, but then we see that that is something used against us. So I think that the law, we need to get to know it well so that we can use it, and this will help us be more efficient in our work, more take better profit of it. And the law can be considered to be better or worse or whatever. But in any case, I want to apply a realistic view on the law, and I think that we are losing the battle in the society, particularly among young people. And when we understand that it's difficult to do what we try to do, then we can have two options. You can say, we could say, mentioning just an example, it's like, let's say, like the society is like what we have here. So we need to bring the tone of our discourse up. That could be an option. But I believe that there's a second option. We need to try and we should take risks and modify the force correlation in the society, and we should address those who have not made a decision about this, are undecisive, and those who, and also dismantle the discourse of our enemies. I don't know, perhaps the two things can be done at the same time. We can consolidate our forces, bring the tone of this discourse up, and then at the same time think about how to break this dynamic. Because I've been listening about what you were saying in the education table, saying that there was a sort of 15M movement with the right wing, with the flags and, you know, all that, everything that's happening. And it's crazy. But perhaps it's easier to talk out loud about La Desbandá here because we're all convinced about that. But in any case, we need tools to be able to talk about that reality outside too. So where do I think the discourse of the enemy is growing?
It seems to me that the notion of neutrality or kind of equidistance is the same as saying no feminism or no machismo, no male chauvinism. So what does it mean? What does it mean to be equidistant? But it is something that is starting to be accepted by a wide sector of society, and we need to listen to them in order to better fight them. So sometimes we see this beast of fascism appearing because they support Franco, but most of the narrative means it is promoting this equidistance or this neutrality, because they are looking for challenges. They try to create obstacles. But there is a reality we all know, and it is that the vast majority of what is called the sociological Francoism is that many of us have lived a part of our lives and we had to accommodate ourselves to a dictatorship. I was listening yesterday to the stories of life, and many people who was really strong fighters, they had to accommodate to the new reality, to the regime, to the Franco regime. So many people who suffered the Franco regime and the repression, they had to create like a fake world for them. And you couldn't say you had been a victim of reprisal, because that had implications at the time. And this is no secret. There were soldiers of the rebel army, of the Francoist army, who died as well in the combats. So there was a situation of unorganized social mobilization to fight against the rebel army. And that's a reality. So we shouldn't deny that. We have to assume it as the reality and then make the most of the resources we have. And I'm going to finish by saying there are 3 instruments that we have discussed, that we have agreed upon, and that I consider very necessary to our struggles. I think Diego must remember these. First of all, at the period of drafting of the bill, when we talked about the victims of the war and the victims of the dictatorship. And we insisted very much on this because we wanted to have a mention to the coup d'etat. So it is key, and I think it is very important that it is mentioned in the law. It is a very powerful tool for all us. For all of us. So whenever we want to teach the history in a high school, for instance, we can say that all the victims who suffered as a result of a coup d'etat that ended a constitutional regime. And this is a key approach, because if there wasn't a coup d'etat, then most of the population would have been forced to get up and fight against the rebel army. Of course, there were situations really dramatic for many families, but it is important that this is referred to in the law. Very important, and I think it's a major tool for us, because the war was not a consequence of social revolutions or all of us getting mad. No, the war is the result of a coup d'etat, a clear coup d'etat that was meant to stop a moment of democracy, an unprecedented moment in our country in terms of rights and democracy. And then I also find important the mention to all the fascist regimes of Europe, and this is linked to the memory sites in order to avoid defensive reactions. For instance, the military unions of the Franco regime who protected or who acted under the protection of other countries. I was at the presentation of Instituto San Martín in Madrid, and they didn't allow, the local government didn't allow the modification of the name of a street because it was the name of a Second World War unit. So this is just an example, but if you read the whole law, I think you can perceive this essential linkage to other European governments. And this is important also to prevent the anti-communism. And many people would say, well, you had the fascism at the time, but there was also the socialism at the Soviet Union who also made atrocities. And yeah, of course, they sometimes forget that in France or the United Kingdom were colonial powers, because we used to say the democratic powers, democratic countries. No, they were colonialist, and they were promoting really anti-democratic measures in other countries. in the colonized countries. I think we also mentioned this, the killing of Katyn, the soldiers of the Polish army, which is a crime that needs to be also analyzed. The atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, of course. That's the principle of distinction of the international law is completely missing there by the British government. So I want to say with this that there is an anti-fascist consensus or general agreement, which is the result of a reaction against the industrial character of the Nazi fascist project that is linked with the Francoist project. I think it is important to remember this. If there is no anti-fascism, there is no democracy. We cannot see it otherwise. We cannot accept what they say. We cannot accept the equidistance, because this can lead to really evil principles or situations. And on the third place, the right to the truth, which is yet another element I find particularly essential in the law. It is a commission of the truth. This is not referred to just literally like that in the law, but it is necessary. A commission for the law, for the truth, sorry. Because they always tell us, you want to impose your truth, but no, we want the truth to be explained, to say what happened, in what context. We want to also prove that there was an extermination plan, and that the goals included also the protection of economic goals, and it was made by a minority that included not only the economic powers, but also the religious powers. And I think that all we do here is really essential in terms of justice, reparation, but it is also a way to say that the coup is not going to win. I mean, because we're going to keep living in a society with full rights and full freedoms.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio, por tu aportación. Seguro.
Thank you so much, Mauricio, for your intervention. I'm sure you had many other things to say, but I'm really grateful for you for respecting the time. Thank you so much. So, Rosa Maria Garcia, she considers herself a social activist. That's what she told me, right? When she was a medicine student, she started to take part in the federation against the dictatorship, against the Franco regime. She was arrested and she spent 6 days in a security facility where she suffered tortures. She spent 3 months in the women jail of Madrid, Yeserías, and she was condemned to 2 years of prison as a result of propaganda, crimes, and illegal association actions also. This sentence is still valid in Spain because all the sentences from the Franco tribunals have not yet been declared void. She's part in the legal actions that are being carried out in Argentina. Proceedings related to tortures, and she has also made claims in the Spanish courts. So in March of this year, this claim got to the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations. Currently, she's president of an association of prisoners and victims of reprisals of the Franco regime, an association who fights against the impunity of the crimes carried out during the Franco regime. So the floor is yours, Rosa.
Muchas gracias a la organización.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizers of this amazing Congress. Thank you to Dolores Sierra as well for being so kind. I wanted to to tell you about the fight for the right to justice on the public policies in the matter of memory. As you know, there has always been a public policy in terms of memory. And at the time of Franco, it was the fascist victims that had right to reparation and justice. And the other victims, the Republican victims, were just ignored. Later on, we started to think that the Civil War was a fight between siblings and that we were all more or less the same. And this idea is still working, as Mauricio just said, and it works because there are no other memory policies. There have not been other kind of memory policies. I'm going to refer to the state always, right? Because I consider the state is the level or the body that has this responsibility. Then we have political parties and whatever, but it is always the state. And the state has been broaching this topic very little by little. And I'm not going to go into the details, but from the government of Adolfo Suárez to the government of Rodríguez Zapatero, a series of laws or regulations have been adopted, for instance, to give grants or benefits to the victims of Francoism. That was passed in 1976. And then to the widows as well, of those who fought in the Republic Army. But for that, for instance, in 1979, you had to prove that your father or your husband had fought in the Republican Army. But so that was really difficult in order to have these benefits. And then we had some regulations concerning the trade unions. This led to quite controversial discussions, but they got some benefits as well. Then for those who fought in the Republican Army during the war and the police agents of the Republican Army, but for instance, the militiamen didn't have this recognition, didn't have these allowances. And then later on, there was, in the general budget law, they established a single payment of around 6,000 euro, a compensation for those who had spent more than 3 years in prison and they were 60 years old. It means it was the people born from 1960 and before. So those who suffered tortures during the Franco regime didn't get to obtain this compensation. Even Aznar, he passed a law in order to give to the old political parties like the Communist Party or the Left Party to give back the assets that had been seized during the repression. So there were different instruments or laws. There was also allowances for the children of the war. And then we get to 2007 with the very famous historical memory law that has a very long name. I'm not going to tell because you're going to forget it, and that is not in place anymore. And it is a law that had very few impacts, actually. And now we get to law number 2022 of democratic memory that has just been passed. Above all, I have to say that for us, our association, La Comuna, and for many of the memory associations, this law brings about some progress, major progress, that are also the result of the efforts, of the claims, of all the work of the memorial movement. But there are some things missing, because for us, the victims of the Franco regime, we have waited too long. We needed more courage from the political forces. So we needed to really get what we have been claiming for so long. Justice, the word justice appears 27 times in the law, particularly in chapters 27 and 29, and this position number 3. And when we are dealing with this matter of memory, we have to be very clear about what justice means, because justice is a term that has an international definition in the international law, international humanitarian law. Of course, I have here 2 great experts in the legal field, but I am sure they know what I'm talking about. When we talk about justice, we are talking about a tool to get the criminals to the courts, to get them to trial, and to establish proceedings, justice proceedings, because the main goal of what we call justice is to end up with impunity of these crimes. And now we'll see if this law helps us doing so. It is a right that we cannot deny, and that cannot be subject to negotiation. We cannot negotiate with this right. We cannot say, well, this is too difficult to make like this, then let's try it otherwise. No. And this has been acknowledged by the rapporteur of the United Nations for Justice. We have had 2 rapporteurs, Grave and Fabian Savioli, who had made reports on this topic. They came to Spain and made researches on this topic. So it is very sad, actually, that we had spent 45 years asking for this. During the Franco regime, there was a brutal silence that was imposed in order to prevent the victims from speaking about the terror, of course. But in democracy, this silence has still been in place. And I'd like to make you remember how after Franco died, in many villages in Andalusia, Aragon, La Rioja, many people went look for the families who were dead, the siblings who were dead. They did it alone. And from the elections of 1979, some town halls were really brave, and they made monuments, and they made tribute actions, and then at some point they stopped when there was the coup d'etat again. They were telling us, don't go too fast, don't go too fast, in 1981.
During the transition, the democratic transition that was not a model, and it was not peaceful. We all know that because we were here. Here we have the brother of Arturo Ruiz, one of the people who died assassinated in a protest on the amnesty. Well, we know that it was a bloody transition, and we know that there was the participation of some parties, even left-wing parties, that participated in this silence agreement, and this was legalized in the law on amnesty because, in spite of the name it has, it does not include the claim by the left-wing organizations before Franco died and also during the transition, because their victims and perpetrators are treated equally. In one of the articles, there are two sections where there is amnesty awarded to the perpetrators with no trials, with no investigations. And nevertheless, the victims have had their sentences still valid until recently, until this new law that has been passed this month, when those sentences have been declared illegal and void. That was something that the memory movement was demanding. I'd like to say that with this law we are going to be able to bring actions against the crimes of Franco regimes. In that case, there are 23 people that are investigated, and among them Rodolfo Martín Villa, and that's in the case brought before the courts in Argentina. And I'm not sure if this law will allow us to bring those cases to the Spanish courts. The law says that the state is going to make sure that the judicial system is going to go over the cases. And according to the international law, the perpetrators should be subject to extradition or otherwise submitted to trial in the country. So we want to have a judicial justice to be created that will determine what happened, not only who the victims were, but also who the perpetrators were. And the data, we know there's a problem with that, but it is the state that knows, can have access to the data. Article 3, you should read that, because we're talking about hundreds of thousands of victims. In the bill, there were like 5 to 6 sections in the definition of victim, and now it has 13 different sections because of the enormous numbers of victims the dictatorship generated. And we have the example of the Argentinian dictatorship, where we can see that we can prosecute perpetrators even many years after the end of the dictatorship. Why shouldn't we do the same thing here in Spain? Why not? And I'd just like to conclude with a thought. We must always remember the history, and we must understand and remember that the men and women who fight against dictatorships and that fight totalitarian regimes, and legitimacy is with us, with those men and women who do that. We are the victims of one of the most terrible dictatorships and one of the most brutal and cruel dictatorships. So we need to continue demanding truth, justice, and reparation. And this claim is still valid.
Muchísimas gracias, Rosa.
Thank you so much, Rosa. I have no words after what you just said. And now I give the floor to Mr. Naranjo, who's a professor of history and researcher. Luis Naranjo, he's committed to historical truth and also with the incorporation of the information that is related to the Second Republic and the transition, to incorporate those data and knowledge into the curricula. And he's always said that we need to educate building with memory. He has published a great number of articles, teaching units and books. He has studied the itineraries along the Guadiato and Guadiatillo rivers, the Mediterranean path, open or border, and the testimonies of the civil war in Cordoba. Luis Naranjos is the president of the Forum of Memory in Cordoba. After everything that has been said in this panel, which has been quite a lot and very interesting, I'd like to now try to link what has been approved here with the contribution of the Andalusian Law on Memory of 2017. I was the General Director of Democratic Memory of the Andalusian government. I was the first one at the time, and this memory struggle that was expressed in the law, in that law, has contributed to the national law on memory. This is the topic I'd like to discuss and to start with, and I'd like to be brief on that. And then secondly, another element that is key, and that is why the Andalusian memory law has been blocked and is going backwards in terms of the memory policies in Andalusia, and how to avoid this in the case of the national law that has just been passed. Well, this is the last historic opportunity for the victims of Francoism. If we fail this time, nothing will be done. It's too late, but at least it arrived. It has become a reality, and we need to make sure it won't fail, because it would be the last betrayal to the victims. Finally, secondly, I'd like to discuss another topic about the national law and the Andalusian law in relation to the Desbandá, because we need to try and solve things that are pending. The development of the legal framework should allow for the growth of this social-cultural movement that has, of course, a political facet to it, as everything that is related to history. And we need to recover the memory of the genocide between Malaga and Almeria, and this needs to be consolidated. The memory movement has participated in quite an active way in the drafting of the national law. And in Andalusia, we had the similar process since 2013 and 2015 and so on. There were many assemblies at the time. Many of us met during those assemblies, and there are several aspects that were discussed at the time. So the coup d'etat, well, in the Andalusian law discussions, we already referred to that as the triggering element, as the cause, the root of the actions against the victims. It is isolated as something separate from the Spanish law and also the cause of all the violence, because without the coup d'etat there would have been no violence at all. No worker would have died, no laborer would have died, but no rich person would have died either. And none of those who were later on supporting Franco's dictatorship and the Spanish War. Also, with regards to the reference to the Republic, it is absolutely essential to make sure that we will not forget the historical legacy of the Second Republic. We must remember the values and the social and political values and principles of that period. So, the Second Republic is also an essential element. And then, of course, the issue of the law on amnesty, which is one of the controversial topics. Also during the discussion for the national law. In the case of the Andalusian law, we couldn't discuss the law on amnesty, but we do refer to the report by the United Nations Commission who came to visit Andalusia, and it was said that all laws, national laws that oppose the international law that states that massive crimes, war crimes, and crimes against humanity may not be subject to amnesty, and it is said that any such rules should be cancelled or modified. So we had this culture of the memory that came during the last few years, but the Superior Court says that the national laws may not go against the international law, because therefore the law on amnesty may not amnesty the crimes against humanity. Well, there is a radical change here. The Zapatero's law states that it is the memory associations and the family members who should in charge of and responsible of the exhumation. So this is a sort of outsourcing of the memory. And the Andalusian law establishes this, that it is the democratic state who should be responsible of this duty of memory. And therefore, it is the administrative and political entity in charge of exhumation, also with, of course, under the control and supervision of victims' organizations and the memory movement. But exhumations may not be outsourced to associations or victims. Pablo de Grey said, rightly, that this means that the judges will not take in charge that responsibility. And this is a central issue. The national law on memory is not a new version of Zapatero's law. From the point of view of philosophy, this represents a radical change where for the first time, the state is recognized as the entity that is responsible of all memory policies, public memory policies, and of all exhumation actions. I don't want to take much longer, but there are a couple of important topics too. The creation of Andalusian Memory Council, and now we're talking about a National Memory Council. We're also referring to the creation of a memory institution or institute. Also the creation of a DNA bank. And in the case of Andalusia, this has failed because there was a lack of sufficient political will in order to create such a DNA bank to be able to recover the remains of the people disappeared, and we can give them to their family members. And now we're talking about the creation of such a DNA bank at the national level, and we hope that this will truly become a reality, because otherwise the exhumation process is not complete. The capacity of the state, and in our case it was the regional government, to seize all the lands, including the lands of the municipality, for example, cemeteries, where there are rejections to exhumation, and the rights of the victims should also always be protected and being prioritized over the rights of the owners of the land. We, in our law, refer to the possibility of penalties, and in the national law there is also a penalty scheme. And the town councils who do not comply with the law, they will not receive any public subsidies. That is the penalty scheme too, and I hope this time this will be actually true. Concerning the educational policies, or the policies for education, well, there's the creation of a truth commission. We had a working group in Andalusia to find the truth, but it's actually these two are equivalent entities. We talked about that working group, but it didn't become a reality in the Andalusian case. Also, I attended the education table, and as a retired teacher, I must say that I feel really sad when I see that the Andalusian law didn't succeed at all to have a truthful narrative of what happened in the schools. I hope that will not be the case for the national law. The curriculum is already very important, but there's more than that. We also have to train the teachers. That's essential. And this is not clearly explicitly expressed in the law. You can only teach those things that you know. And if many teachers don't know what happened, and they have no information about how the recent past was built, if furthermore they are embedded by denial and by equidistance, what can they teach their students? Nothing. So this is why curriculum are so important. The curricula are key. So what should we do so that the national memory law will actually work? The regulations that accompany the law are essential. Without this, the law will be completely useless. We need the regulations that will trigger the mechanisms for the execution of the law. And that was the problem we had in Andalusia. The judges would not be able to take away the Franco symbols if we don't have a specific regulation for that in Andalusia. And this is what we need to do at the national level. We need that kind of regulation also to avoid losing the cases that are brought to court. Also the victims. The Spanish Parliament needs to recognize officially and publicly the political victims, and the Parliament must also recognize that there is a census of victims, and that the dictatorship had those political victims. There are no judges that go to the exhumations, and the DNA is often lost. There are problems there. So we need specific rules to make sure the law is executed. Also, we need funds. Not enormous amounts of money, but sufficient funds. And also political will, of course. And in order to do that, we need to preserve and increase the political power at the national level, but also in Andalusia. Without these conditions, the national law could become a source of frustration again for us. And I hope that will not be the case. I hope so much. That will not be the case. So, to finish with, this extraordinary movement of La Desbandá, we need to reinforce the memory law in Andalusia because the right-wing party is not stupid. So it is better for them just to block the law instead of cancelling it. So there are a couple of things that are key here. We need to work on the education to make sure that La Desbandá will be known throughout Spain and also in Europe. We need to create a center for the interpretation of La Desbandá. I must admit that La Desbandá is a term I don't really like. The first flight, perhaps, of the population from Malaga. We need a center where we will explain the historical, political, and cultural sense of all this, its meaning. We need an exhumation plan so that the people disappeared will be found. And, well, I finished with that. So, basically, the legal and political framework will be very positive for all that. Let's be optimistic. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues como ven ustedes, es una mesa rica en contenido.
Well, so, as you have seen, it has been a great session with experts of very high level. I am sure the discussion would be also really exciting, and there is much to say, but I don't know if it is possible. I don't know if we have the time.
Es que pasa lo siguiente. Yo sé.
Well, I know this session should have been longer because it is so interesting, but we do not have time. I am so sorry. There are so many hands, and it's a pity, but I think we can't. I'm going to give I'm going to give the floor to 3 people. It is unfair, I know. I know it's not fair, because we have to leave. We give the floor to Manuel Ruiz, who has been here from a long time.
Ayúdame, por favor. Juan Murillo, ¿dónde está? ¿Dónde está? Ah, bien, Juan Murillo, que está allí al final. Y queda cerrado el turno de palabra. Aquel señor que está allí, es que no hay más.
Yo el primero, pues si soy yo el primero, buenas tardes. Continúo.
Luis, solo te iba a decir que los planes de selección y de formación están incluidos en la ley, artículo 47, y los decretos de formación ya están aprobados. Pero tanto la selección, los contenidos de memoria democrática van a estar en la selección de todos los funcionarios, de todos, y también dentro de los planes de formación.
Gracias. Apuntado queda. Bien, damos la palabra a...
Pues, muchas gracias y buenas tardes. Solamente una frase. En primer lugar, darle las gracias a los partidos y a las organizaciones políticas que han posibilitado con su unidad que esta ley pueda salir, y preguntar, ¿tenéis previsto que trabajar junto que se ha dado para que salga la ley se dé en cada ayuntamiento y en cada foro y en cada lugar donde haya que aplicar esta ley, porque es muy necesario. La aplicación de la ley va a depender de lo que habéis dicho, pero también va a depender mucho de que en cada pueblo, que en cada ayuntamiento o en cada lugar se dé la necesaria unidad que se ha dado para su aprobación. Muchas gracias.
Luis, que te pasen el micro.
Isidoro, aquí mira.
Bueno, ¿se oye? Bueno, lo primero, darle las gracias a mi compañera de la Comuna Rosa y bueno, a todos en general. Tenía apuntado por ahí las preguntas, pero eran tantas y tenemos muy poco tiempo. Lo primero es que los crímenes de lesa humanidad que no prescriben y no se pueden amnistiar, en donde se ve claramente que los bebés robados fueron crímenes de lesa humanidad, y el genocidio o todos los que mataron en la transición también fue un plan predeterminado y fue crímenes de lesa humanidad, ¿cómo es posible que el Código Penal diga que no hay crímenes de lesa humanidad antes del 2004? No lo entiendo. ¿Me lo podéis explicar alguno? Y otra cosa es que Mauricio ha dicho la palabra revanchismo. Las víctimas no queremos revancha, queremos justicia. Queremos que haya un relato veraz. Sobre todo eso. Gracias.
Bien, allí atrás, perdone, no sé su nombre, allí atrás tiene la palabra este señor. Y ya, yo creo que ya, ¿quién queda? ¿Una palabra más? Luis, y cerramos el turno de palabra, ¿vale?
Vale.
Porque
aquí,
si no...
hola, buenas tardes a todos y todas. Yo entiendo que toda ley siempre tiene que ir junto con una parte económica, y no habéis hablado para nada de ello, o sea, no solamente con un desarrollo, sino con una parte económica para que eso que cuesta un dinero se pueda llevar a cabo y sea... Entonces mi pregunta es, ¿esto está previsto en los presupuestos generales del Estado que acaban de salir? ¿Hay un dinero para desarrollo de la nueva ley? ¿O me equivoco? No, digo, yo no soy abogado, es decir, o me equivoco, es decir, yo he entendido siempre que cualquier ley nueva, si no sale con una dotación económica, es papel mojado. Entonces, explicármelo, por favor.
Gracias. Nos queda... Parece que Luis ha pedido la palabra, sí. Y bueno, pues ya... Con este apunte.
Muchas gracias y perdonad que es tan tarde y tal, solo quería dos cositas. Primero, en vez de una pregunta o una respuesta a la pregunta retórica de Rosa, no. Es decir, esta ley no va a permitir que se juzgue a los criminales y a los crímenes del franquismo de los que somos víctimas, personas como Rosa, persona como Manuel o persona como yo mismo en persona. Bien, no, ¿y por qué? Pues porque lo han dicho muchos juristas, yo no soy jurista, pero se lo han dicho al proyecto de ley del 2020, lo han estado reiterando. Por ejemplo, hay un equipo de juristas muy importante y creo que ha demostrado su valía en la coordinadora española en favor de la querella argentina, CEACUA, de la que pertenece, por ejemplo, la Comuna, entre otras muchas organizaciones del Estado español, y ahí ese equipo le ha explicado y le ha intentado convencer al Gobierno y a los grupos parlamentarios, en el intergrupo, por ejemplo, de Memoria y Derechos Humanos y Impunidad y Lucha contra la Impunidad del Parlamento, y le ha estado intentando explicar qué es lo que tenía que contener la ley para asegurar ese acceso efectivo a la justicia. Ahora mismo lo que hay es efectivamente un tema de una fiscalía de sala, que es justicia voluntaria, que significa que el criminal tiene que voluntariamente... Es decir, es absurdo, es completamente... La respuesta es sencillamente no. Entonces, ahora ligando con una cuestión que ha dicho Diego, que me parece muy importante, que es la educación. Bien, la educación es muy importante, los cursos, las asignaturas, los estudiantes. El elemento más importante de educación en materia de memoria y de impunidad, en mi opinión, es cuando este país demuestre que la impunidad no se permite. Cuando este país demuestre en la práctica, no en la teoría ni en los, digamos, en las hipótesis, sino en la práctica, se juzgue a los criminales, esa es la educación que debemos dar a nuestras generaciones que vienen detrás. Sin eso, de nada vale, porque la educación real que están recibiendo no es la de las aulas, es la de la calle. Y en la calle lo que hay es impunidad. Y la impunidad ha llevado al negacionismo y está llevando, digamos, al ascenso del fascismo, porque aquí no hubo crímenes, no hay ni un solo crimen del franquismo, porque no lo ha establecido ningún tribunal. Y finalmente, respecto a la Comisión de la Verdad, no hay verdad si no hay justicia. Es decir, la verdad la establecen los tribunales. La verdad sobre el Holocausto lo estableció Nuremberg. Nada más, ninguna comisión de verdad de expertos, expertas, sabios, científicos, académicos. No, o se establecen los tribunales o no hay verdad, porque comisiones de la verdad, cuando se monte una, se montarán 14 distintas. Son los tribunales los que tienen que establecer la verdad.
Vale, gracias, Luis. Pues os paso la palabra. Ya está.
Bueno, yo solo por la pregunta concreta de la dotación presupuestaria, sí, claro, para hacer un proyecto de ley es necesario, tú le tienes que decir al Ministerio de Hacienda lo que cuesta hacer esa ley y luego en los siguientes presupuestos te los tiene que dar. Hombre, la verdad es que tengo que decir que siempre ha habido una sensibilidad absoluta y en el ámbito de todo el Gobierno hay un compromiso absoluto con este tema y desde el minuto cero la Secretaría de Estado de Memoria Democrática tuvo una dotación que fue complicada la creación de inicio de esa dotación porque veníamos de la prórroga del último presupuesto del ministro Montoro, que tenía el famoso cero, pero bueno, se revirtió desde el año 20 en esos presupuestos prorrogados y desde el año 21 ya se dotó, los presupuestos generales del Estado ya tenían la dotación para poder hacer efectiva la ley de memoria cuando se aprobara. Lamentablemente en el 21 no se llegó a aprobar, pero sí ahora en el 22 y tenemos. De todas maneras, la ley 52 sí que daba muchos resquicios que hemos podido ir aprovechando, sobre todo en el ámbito de las exhumaciones. Yo quiero dar una cifra y comparativa del esfuerzo que se ha hecho. Desde el año 20 se han invertido unos 8 millones de euros en todo el plan estatal de exhumaciones. Estamos ya por los 440 proyectos de exhumaciones en toda España. Y lo quiero, para que tengáis un poco una dimensión del esfuerzo que se está haciendo, en los 6 años de Zapatero se hicieron 176 proyectos de exhumaciones. Nosotros en 6 años, nosotros en 3 estamos haciendo 440, muchos de ellos ya terminados, ¿no? Y bueno, me parece importante. Y luego, evidentemente, hay que poner en marcha otras muchas cosas de la ley que exigen medios, como por ejemplo el banco de ADN. ¿Perdón? Claro, claro.